You're unmuted.
Ready? Yep. All right, if I could, I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the December 9th meeting of the Board of Commissioners in the Frank Walter House boardroom, and if we could get roll call. Here. Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here.
Here.
All right, if you'd stand for the invocation, and Bob, if you would, please.
Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Benzie County. I would ask for your guidance with the decisions we'll make today. Please keep all of our public safety personnel safe and free from harm. I ask this in the name of your son. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good, thank you.
The glow around my head.
You had the agenda in advance of the meeting. I'd like to make an observation. For once, it looks like we have a fairly modest agenda, although the minute I say that, I'll get myself in trouble.
So you can fix that real quick, couldn't you?
I'll drag it out for you, but with that in mind, we have one subject for this afternoon under Headley. I guess I would turn to you, maybe a consideration to move that topic to this morning's agenda.
I have no problem with that as long as everybody's in agreement.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was Randy coming in with this?
He didn't confirm, but I can double check with him.
You're gonna change it. I would feel concerned.
If we're gonna do that, then we'd have under E, we'd add Headley discussion.
We're gonna treat it like a study session and not make any decisions, or
Well, just because it's under new business doesn't require us to make a decision anyway.
just pointing that out.
I think when we get to that topic, Tim, if we're prepared to make decisions, certainly we can, because this would be the forum that we would do it, but I'm not moving it there for that purpose. And then that'll allow us then to cancel the last study session of the year.
Honestly, I think you should move it just before the last public comment.
We can do that
Everything else would be done instead of putting it in new business.
under correspondence. After correspondence, you mean?
Yes,
Would you like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
9 seconds.
We're gonna have to put it down lower.
The way I understand it is it would be under presentation, after presentation of correspondence.
Yes.
Did you get that, Tammy? All right, we have a motion with support on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote. Yeah. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? All right. We have the minutes of 11:25.
Commissioner Trigg had brought to my attention, one of the meetings had to be removed for section. It has.
Okay, so then I will move to approve the minutes as corrected from 11:25:25.
Is there any support?
Yep, Matthew second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. We come to our first public comment. Any comment from the public that's here? We'll close public comment and we'll go to elected officials and department heads. Who would like to go first? Up?
Good morning, Kelly Long, County Treasurer. So we are back to full office, got full staff. I'm very excited.
One of them brings great knowledge, and she's been, just in the last 10 days, she's changed a few things that have been very positive in our office. Evan's been with us for a month and he catches on great, doing a great job. Tax bills, we are at a slight faux pas with tax bills for winter taxes, as everybody knows, and we are fixing that. The new tax bills should be out in the mail, we hope, by the end of this week. We have plugged revised on the tax bill in great big bold letters, revised winter 2025 tax bill on the inside. On the outside, our printer was able to find somebody in big red letters to put corrected or correction of tax bill. So when you get these in the mail, hopefully people will understand you're not getting another bill. It's just a corrected bill. So hopefully that will help going forward. The townships do have the new exports. So if people do want to pay now, they are working on getting those in. Most of them I've talked to have been able to accomplish that. So you can always call your township and make your payment before the end of the year.
Ellie, did you say those corrected bills have gone out in the mail or not?
They
quite yet?
will, they should by the end of the week. He's supposed to
end.
get the envelopes back, I think, today. He's working on printing. He had to get some toner, which he said might not get till the first of this week, which would be today or yesterday or today. And then he's hoping to have those out by Friday, if not by Monday at the latest. So that's the plan for those.
Refunds.
The people that have already paid, from talking to a couple of the township treasurers, they are working on those. Some of them had not even started collection yet. I want to say at least half had not even started collection yet. So, that's very helpful. But the other ones that have, they will send out refunds. I've, copied the letter that's going in the mail this week to them. I told them they could use that or just send a note letting them this is your refund for the overpayment of the BTA millage rate. So they are working on those as well. So people that have paid should be seeing a refund within the next week or two.
Other questions or comments for Kelly,
Yes, I do.
please?
And so, I noticed, I saw it on Facebook, right? The whole deal, and I understand it's on the website, so people can go to the website. Is there going to be a copy of that letter that's on the website that goes into the mailing or no?
No,
No.
no.
Okay.
All we did was we put revised on it. We thought the PR letter in the, I believe the PR letter is not only going in the paper, but it was going online as well for the paper.
Yeah,
Correct, Kate?
so it was mailed out to emailed out to every single township, as well as the BTA. Almost all of them have put it on their websites. BTA put it on their website. It's been on Facebook. It was mailed to the emailed to the newspaper. I asked them to publish it, but then also publish the actual release, but then in the paper to put just a summary of it, actually published in the paper as well. And then Kelly's giving it to the townships, so the townships have it. And if they would like to include it with the refund specifically, they can do that as well, but we didn't require that. So I'm hoping that that's enough to get it out in the world.
I can say a couple of townships I have talked to said they were going to put it on their website as well.
Yeah.
So
Other questions, Christie?
Thanks.
Gary, you had a
I
question?
had, there's a couple of townships that print their own
one.
one.
Just Elmira.
Just Elmira.
Oh, they're handling that themselves.
They are. I talked to her yesterday. She's working on that reprint as well. I think obviously it's not as big as what I had to do. So I
No.
will be connecting with her probably towards the end of the afternoon to see how she's doing. But yeah, she should have hers out in the mail this week as well.
I just wanted to say, I think this is the best way to do it. It shows that we make mistakes and we're willing to correct them. And I hope the public is fully aware of this and think it's helpful. So
Yes, I
I
agree.
prefer that over the other option. So thank you.
Any other questions for Kelly? If not, then Kelly, I will add that I did speak to the treasurer at Elmira Township yesterday also. You probably know this, they get their printing out of Grand Rapids. They've already got everything ordered and they're well underway.
Perfect.
We're for the benefit of this group, the county is absorbing the cost of the reprint, the envelopes, and the postage. Rhonda and I used the authority under the board rules to go ahead and approve this expense. Do we know approximately how much that is?
I'm thinking, I don't have an approximate. I would say at least 20,000 to 22, 23, maybe by the time we're done. I mean, at least for the reprint part, I still have to order new envelopes and papers going forward because that expense wasn't expected.
Understood.
But yeah, for the reprinting part, I would say between 20 and 22.
And to be fair, just to add to the pool of information, the other option we were provided, the state would have allowed us to not make a correction, not reprint, and just correct the levy over time, which would have taken a couple of years. And in our discussions, we found that an unacceptable option. So we
Correct.
moved forward with the reprint.
As you might guess, there was lots of conversation that happened over the course of 2.5 days before we move forward with this. The decision to have the county handle all of it, including press releases, was to be able to move this along quickly rather than getting into a debate and trying to place responsibility. At this point, taxpayer doesn't care. Just tell me what I got to pay. Good news is it's going to be less than you thought. And let's move this along. Kelly, it does ask the question though, and I'm not suggesting there needs to be a change, but is there any changes in procedures or practices that we're going to contemplate as a result of the occurrence in the past week?
Yes, the L4029s that were being sent out by equalization as a courtesy will probably cease. Michael can probably answer this better. Michael, our equalization director, can answer this better than I can. L4029s are the responsibility of the municipality that is presenting for tax levies. And as a courtesy, a lot of our townships and municipalities, it's hard, those L4029s are hard to understand. So the equalization director in the past was sending those out. And unfortunately, the slight error that occurred on the one, we've decided that it's just better if the equalization director presents the factors, the rollbacks that happen, and have the municipalities fill out. I mean, they can still call for questions. We will be here. Michael will be here to answer any questions that they have. But I think it's better that, being it's an official document, legal document, that it's all filled out by the municipality itself.
Katie, anything you want to add to that?
No, just echoing that. We're gonna have some more conversations related to that. It's my understanding that we've done that for some time in Benzie County. But it was always a courtesy. We're required to provide the factor rollback. And then it's up to the taxing authority to determine their levy. And so this is not the first time that this has happened. Obviously the first time on a countywide basis, but it's happened on other smaller jurisdiction basis as well. And we believe it would be cleaner to have the municipality themselves determine their rate, determine their actual millage for that going forward.
And I guess I'd make the observation that you stated it happened on a more limited scale before.
Yep.
But this did occur on a countywide
This
basis
one did.
in early 2000s regarding the jail. Most of you may not remember that, but I do clearly. The only thing that I ask, and I realize it's up to the two of you to decide and, how we approach things ultimately for my benefit, but let's not rush to a decision. Let's make sure that if it's an isolated issue, do I want to make a big change as a result of that?
Right.
Because these communities are used to getting this assistance. So again, I'm not going to challenge the way you go about it.
Right.
I'm just asking that you be thoughtful about it.
Right.
And it is a cautionary tale. Tim Perrone, who is one of the attorneys we spoke with to be advised on this issue, said this is one of the issues you run into when a levy is voted on but isn't implemented for years later.
Mhm.
This levy was voted on in 24 and wasn't supposed to be imposed until 26.
Correct.
And so it creates an opportunity for error. So something to be mindful of.
Yep.
Correct.
So this levy in particular is rolling back before they even have an opportunity to levy. And so, yes, that is something to keep in mind when we're doing millages is how far in advance do you go? Because one, it's rolling back 9 times out of 10, but then 2, you get in this pickle of, well, should it be on the L4029 or not? Because at some point you have to track the rollback that is happening in the interim, but when it's on the L4029, one is led to believe that perhaps it should be levied, but it's not supposed to be levied. And so it's another thing to keep in mind as you're determining, millages. And we're not the only taxing authority, right? The villages, the townships, the Benzie Transportation Authority, and so forth. Everyone needs to be mindful of that when they're putting these millages forward to really think about the timing of those millages.
Just for further clarification, that L4029, that's approved by the Transportation Authority, not by this board.
That's correct. So the individual taxing authorities approve their own L4029s. You approve yours at budget season typically. The Benzie Transportation Authority would have approved theirs over the summer, and then the townships and villages approve theirs at different times in the year. Each year, the taxing authority has to approve that L4029 to determine the levy on the tax bill. And that is signed and certified by their board chair and their board secretary. In our case, it's the clerk and the board chair.
And the last comment I'll offer on this is I was in contact frequently with the board chair at the Transportation Authority. Couldn't have been more cooperative in trying to get things done. They really responded correctly. Any other questions or comments for Kelly on this subject? Kelly, anything else you want to share with us?
That's all I have for today.
Congratulations on getting up to staff.
Thank you.
Good morning, Bridget Hassig with Benzie Senior Resources. It's nice to see you all. I just wanted to report out on 2 things because they might be something that you hear the most from your constituents. And that is the snowplow removal program that we have at Benzie Senior Resources, and also the status of home delivered meals during inclement weather. So starting with the home delivered meals, individuals and clients that are involved in the program receive a frozen meal or 3 actually per week to be able to get them through the weekends. We also have shelf-stable food in the event of an emergency where it was bigger than just weather, if you will, so that individuals have additional meals. And as well, many of our home delivered meals clients participate in commodity food distribution as well as the Benzie Red Bag program. So food access for those that know of us and our service is actually pretty well taken care of if they're isolated older adults, including, into the Thompsonville area. But we are always open to spread the word, please, about the home delivered meals program to those that are in isolated areas. The second thing I wanted to share with you is the snowplow removal program, which is extraordinarily demanded for, obviously. We are at capacity right now with the vendors that we have that are vetted. And we have 165 people enrolled in that program. And the priority was given to those home delivered meals clients that need to have volunteers going to their door every week or every day, to be able to safely deliver the meals. When individuals do call, there are numbers that we can provide, but we're very clear that we are not referring or advocating for a different provider. But I think those that are most at risk, or those that we know, are going to be well served by that program. So those were the 2 main things I wanted to share with you. Are there any questions about that?
Comments or question for Bridget? Gary?
I have one. How's the new job we gave you? One with the
Oh, that's actually going, no, that's going well. It's, a county facility is different, but
Bridget, can I stop you just a moment?
yes.
For the benefit of anybody listening, could you describe, because he asked a question that
Oh, sure.
people may
Absolutely.
not know what he's really.
Right. So I've been appointed to the board of the Maples, which is an assisted care facility, also independent living. And for those of you that don't know, I don't even know with the commission, it's actually built on a very innovative model called the Eden Alternative, which was created by Dr. Bill Thomas probably a decade ago. And I had the pleasure of working with him at a national level. And it is a distinct model in the way things are developed and managed that give a tremendous amount of dignity, autonomy, and self-respect to individuals, regardless of their needs for adaptive strategies. So for Benzie County to have that type of option is something you should be proud of. And so I've only had one meeting so far. But working with Scott Harrison has been a pleasure, and working with Megan and the team has been a pleasure. They are closely getting back to 5-star status, which I guess was an issue, and that the level of detail and myopic operational items to get to that level is extraordinary, and they're doing that. And also, it's highly unusual for any type of organization to be at 99.5% capacity all the time virtually. So that does orient itself around Benzie County residents first, if possible, for placement, but that also requires the hospital system to cooperate with those placements.
Thank you, and thank you for being on that board. Appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else?
Quick question, please.
Yes.
Speaking of Thompsonville, since you mentioned it, have you seen an uptick recently in the home delivered meals in that area, or has it always been constant?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. It's been constant, and honestly, the Thompsonville area is on my radar and Benzie's radar. With now my having a program director after the new year, we're going to spend some time out there, because Thompsonville used to be served once a week by meals in a congregate setting, and I understand why that had to stop. I'd like to revisit Thompsonville in terms of outreach more deliberately.
I know that the food pantry
Yeah,
visited once a week. It's 40+ families every week
yeah.
lately there too. So I was wondering if there's a corresponding uptick for you too.
Not as much. And of course, and it would definitely be home delivered meals versus congregate, because people are not going to drive, to honor for the congregate meals. Although I will say, there's no one here from the fire system, is there? I will say, at our Tuesday Thanksgiving meal, we probably served 200 people, I think, at the gathering place, which was all spread out, Tim. So, but it was,
Exceeded it during soup night too.
Yeah.
just so you know.
but you were there. So, but yeah, so, I think we're finding an uptick generally, and I don't necessarily see that stopping because of the aging of Benzie County. So,
Other comments or questions? Bridget, thanks for being here today.
okay, thanks, and happy holidays.
You too.
Troy Hines, Benzie County Road Commission. Just quick update on the snow. We were at 20.5 inches this morning, not including what came down today so far. I think it was Tuesday last week, Frankfurt got over a foot of snow. So the snow total out that way is much different than what we got in the middle of Honor. But the other thing, we have our 3 full shifts going. We're filled up with employees right now. Can't remember what our total was for salt usage so far this year, but regardless, we have our local road committee, December 15th. I think you had asked me about that. That's where the township supervisors and people they appoint to be on that committee come and talk to the road commission and decide on where the millage money is spent for local roads. The primary roads are chosen by the road commission. I kind of put a plan A and a plan B together. Plan A kind of keeps everything grouped together with where companies are already working within the area, try to get the lowest price we possibly can. But that being said, it's kind of up to the local townships on what they want to see, and they can vote on and go from there. The other thing is, I don't know who had planned on coming to our meeting, but it is the 18th. Know that? Okay. Because we did consolidate down into one meeting this month. Other than that, as far as just kind of want to touch on the facility thing that we had talked about going for limited tax bonds. I had looked into the USDA loans, sent Katie an email, which she forwarded, not forwarded. I have a copy of it, kind of. So how it worked out, I talked to Casey Rose. She's the facilities person for the USDA loans. She basically had explained to me that our conceptual plan, as well as the RFP for final design, would have to be ran through them. So we'd have to start over because they have a certain criteria they have to meet in order for us to be approved for these types of loans. The other issue that we had is the current rate for this quarter is 5.25% for these loans, which is significantly higher than bond rate currently. you know, we had talked about possibly doing a 15-year limited term bond. For a 15-year, that extra 1.25% adds $2.5 million to our total. I talked to Bobby this morning and how he explained it to me with limited tax bonds. Kind of to touch on your question there, we can stretch those out to 25 years if we make our payments as needed, basically for the minimum for 8-9 years. We can then pay off the loan as fast as we want after that. I forget what it was for 25 years. I think it was 1.15 or 1.2 million, I believe, a year. I think that's how that worked. But you know, a 25-year USDA loan with that extra percent, 1.25% is almost $5 million for us. So that's kind of where we're at with the USDA loan. I kind of talked to Bob, our chairman, and it's not really something that we would like to pursue. I think the other thing that you and I had talked about that day is with these USDA loans, and maybe I misunderstood. But the way I understood coming from you is you had thought that that would put the loans in the county or in the road commission's name. Is that correct?
That's what my understanding is.
What Bobby had explained to me this morning is loans, bonds, doesn't matter. The road commission cannot go longer than 2 years. So these USDA loans would still be in the county's name.
So even though the USDA doesn't require it, there's a statute that requires it?
That's what Bobby had explained to me this morning. So it doesn't remove the county from the loans, but it does have a higher increased rate, and we'd have to start over basically. The other thing I wanted to touch on, I actually brought some handouts from Denise Donahue. She is the CEO of the CRA, County Road Association. They had seen the Citizens Research Council. What they had put out there is some 72-page hit piece against road commissions. They have had lots of issues with the Citizen Research Council from the beginning. They've wanted to change the MTF, how that was distributed based on stuff that didn't really work for Michigan. That's all included in that article. So that's kind of a rebuttal to that article that came out. That's kind of our answer to that, as well as yesterday, the marijuana tax that was in court got thrown. So that is going through.
Well, no, you're not actually, that's not entirely true.
It's on the back of that paper I had sent you.
Well, I just read it this morning in the paper, and the judge that made the ruling clearly said that this could potentially be challenged, and there's legitimacy to challenging it.
Okay.
So that's an update as of this morning.
All right.
That's regarding the marijuana tax.
Yeah, the headline that we had received is Court of Claims rules marijuana wholesale tax does not conflict with the initiated act.
Yeah, but there's yet another statement beyond that that they didn't apparently include. And that's the fact that the judge that made the ruling has even said, this is still open for discussion, probably will be challenged.
Okay. So that is, I think, 600,000 of that 1.8 billion increase. There also is the corporate income tax, which is still in there. It's still kind of up in the air, but if the economy has a downturn, that corporate income tax is where as well as the marijuana tax is going to go down. So is gas tax. But if the economy continues doing what it's doing, we'll have an increase. So that's kind of the update that I have, unless anybody had any questions.
I did want to add to that then, since you've brought it up, is that based on something that I viewed, a discussion I viewed over the weekend, is that Speaker Hall has said that even if all of this doesn't happen, they believe that there's other sources of funding to backfill whatever they would lose from this loss of marijuana tax, et cetera. So apparently the House is looking at how do they backfill it in the event that it's not there. So there is other options that they're discussing.
I think the way it was explained to us at the Paul Bunyan meeting there at the council, I said they wish they would have had it a week sooner because that would have solved a lot of issues. But coming in and after the budget deadline, it kind of pushed everything around. So we won't see our increase until I think March is what they said. But currently, the road commission is down a certain percentage because of the gas tax switched. that they'll start collecting in January that we'll see sometime in March, but we should be able to look back at the end of February to see what was collected in January. Kind of know where we're at, but.
And you understand my comments were a positive in support, not
No,
an
yeah.
argument.
I
Yeah,
got you.
okay.
Yeah, well, it's good to have clarification. I appreciate that.
Troy, any issues with access to sand and salt this year? Salt especially.
No, we are on full order. We're good to go. Our second order came in kind of late for whatever reason, but other than that, we're all filled up right now.
Good.
We're doing well. The other thing I'd like to touch on, we talked about back to the facility again. I know you guys love talking about that. The fire suppression, lack of fire suppression in the building. This morning we had a truck go out, truck 412, I believe, made it to the salt barn there and got turned around and his truck started on fire. So we had electrical burn up underneath, air hoses got posted. He hopped out and got the fire extinguished, but that were to happen while he's going down the road or he wasn't paying attention, it could have been deadly for him. And if that would have happened overnight when we don't have anybody in our facility, it would have been catastrophic for the facility as well.
Other comments or questions for Troy?
Question back to the snow plowing. Where do you normally go to get your forecast information?
So MDOT puts out a website. It's WebMDSS. That's usually what we use. It's pretty accurate. It's supposed to learn on itself every year, so it kind of learns weather conditions.
Okay.
And then it's hopefully going to be able to predict lake effect snow. That's what they're trying to do. It's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Other than last night when it said we're supposed to have 2 inches by this morning and it didn't come in till 6 o'clock. So
I know that MLive it said from Bear Lake to here, Benzonia, it's gonna be like 10.9 inches in 2 days and
yeah,
again, kind of thing. So I was just curious if
I did check. I think it was yesterday I checked it and it said we're supposed to have 15 inches by Sunday. I don't know if that's true or not, but
wow.
with lake effect, it's kind of all over the place.
Put it on Facebook, so it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the other thing. I did take over our Facebook page. If any of you have had a chance to check that out, been trying to put some clips up there and put some more information out. So keep everybody informed. WebMDSS.
Other comments or questions, Brenda?
Yeah, I would like to circle back to the facility and I don't mind doing that. I think we need to be discussing this frequently. It's important to the community. So and perhaps you've already said this, but when we look at the funding that you're relying on to make these bond payments, should that be the route that we go? How much of that funding is precarious based on lawsuits, or is there a portion of it that's certain that you feel is certain? Or is the whole thing kind of, can't hang our hat on it right now?
If you read into that article that Denise had sent out, she kind of explains it, but the 1.1 billion, we're supposed to get 1.8 billion in 2026. 1.1 of that is constitutionally protected. So that means the remaining 700 million is not constitutionally protected. She did
That's
touch-
statewide.
Correct.
Okay.
She did
So,
touch
but
on-
for our road commission, would the constitutionally protected amount be enough to pay a bond should we make that commitment? Or are we reliant on the marijuana portion and the things that are being challenged?
I don't believe the corporate income tax currently is being challenged. I know the marijuana is, as we have talked about, but regardless with that 1.1, that's over 50% of that funding. We're supposed to receive somewhere around 1.8 to 2 million next year. So we'd be receiving an increase of 1 million. Currently, we spend $3 million out of our general fund to put into our road system. We also have MERS paid down, which we've talked about past year, which saves us about $700,000 a year as well. So we would still be able to make that payment relatively easily.
Other comments or questions? And my last question would be, when do you expect to bring this formally in front of us for a request?
I sent RFP out for final design, to get an architect on board for construction administration. From there, from there, I would like to put an RFP out for a construction manager. The architect, as well as you guys, would have a seat at that table for all these interviews regardless. And then from there, once we get final design back, I have a deadline of 6 months. We'd bring in the construction team once that bid goes out, and we'd be breaking ground. So to answer your question, as soon as you guys would allow me, you guys would have to have somebody on board, such as Bobby and Miller Canfield, like you have in the past, to draft that language out prior.
There may be some value in having some conversations with a limited group of people before we get to that point.
Okay.
And I don't put this out there to be disparaging, and I'm speaking only for myself. But if the county is going to secure these funds, what I understand is you'll have to transfer the asset to the county. And then the county will be have the primary responsibility for repayment of the debt. Even though you have a source of repayment, we still would have the primary responsibility. Because the property is being transferred, that means that the county is the first in line regarding any liability on that building. And then what challenges me, Troy, is that I have no influence on the governance of the road commission. So we have all of the responsibility, all of the burden, but we have no say about how the road commission budgets or runs their organization. That would be like me agreeing to guarantee a loan for you personally, but you can go off and do whatever you want. I've got my lender's hat on now, and I'm challenged with that. Now, we'll need to talk about this in a bigger forum, but there may be some value in having some conversations in advance to bring it to the board so that we can work out some understanding.
Yeah.
Okay?
I know I talked to Denise last week. She said she'd also be more than willing to come up for one of these meetings to help talk through the funding. That's something you guys would be interested in as well.
More information we have, the better off we are.
Okay.
And again, I don't mean to speak out of turn for the rest of the commissioners. I've not shared this kind of information with you up till this moment. But it's something that we need to be pretty thoughtful about. Any other comments or questions? Now that I've thrown cold water on it all. Troy, thanks for being here today.
Problem.
Any other department heads? Dan?
Good morning. Dan Thrall, Health Officer for Benzie-Leonard District Health Department. I had handed out this morning before the meeting our Community Health Needs Assessment. This is a 3-year effort that started in 2024, and the report just came out this fall. So just wanted an opportunity to just give you a very brief. There's a lot of information in this report. I'm not going to go through it all. You have, lots of other things to talk about today, but I just wanted to highlight a couple things and just kind of explain the report a little bit. Really, it's the reason for this report is to describe the current state of health and well-being in our region. It also describes the process to collect our community perspective and describes the process for prioritizing the information. And then it also identifies community strengths, resources, and weaknesses. And just to give you a little background, local health departments are required to do a community health needs assessment basically about every 3 years to align with our state accreditation cycle. But hospitals are also required to do it because of the IRS requirement. They are required to do community health needs assessments. So what we did about 10, 12 years ago is we partnered with hospital systems to work together on this, because before we were just siloed. Everybody was doing their own report and it just didn't make sense. We have a lot of commonalities in northern lower Michigan. This covers 31, the effort covers 31 counties. This is specific to Benzie-Leonard District Health Department and the Northwest region of Michigan, northern lower Michigan. The Northeast side has their own and the North Central has their own, which align with our community health innovation regions or shires, which you may have heard of. Interestingly, the priorities that came out of this, number one was access to healthcare is a concern, mental health, economic security and housing. Now, those two last ones, economic security and housing, you may ask, what does that have to do with health and public health? Well, basically the easiest way I can describe it is if you are concerned about where you're going to live, if you're concerned about how you're going to pay for food, how you're going to put gas in the car, you are not as concerned about your health, about meeting those preventative appointments, taking care of issues that may be coming up when they're small issues before they become big issues. And that is something that is really a concern, because going upstream and preventing little things before they become big things is really a core principle of public health in our region. Just to really quickly highlight a couple of things. Population over 65 in Benzie County is 27.8%. Statewide, it's 19.2. So I think that's interesting. We know that our population here is aging, of course, but that just kind of puts some real numbers behind it. And there's a lot of other information in here too. In comparing to the state, 12% of our population has a disability compared to 10% if you're looking statewide. The most concerning medical conditions that were identified were substance use disorder, mental health access and mental health issues, and then also age-related disease, which kind of aligns with that, aging population. What do we do with this information? Basically, anybody in our region, whether it's local health departments, hospital systems, nonprofits, anybody that wants to use this data, we have great access to it. We have access through our website, which points to this. This whole effort is called MyThrive, and it has a dedicated website. We have a data platform, so you can customize. You can go down to the zip code level and basically punch in all the factors, through this filter and determine exactly the data that you want and need for whatever you may need it for. It may be applying for a grant. So this is very useful information. And I would direct you, there's several QR codes in here. And like I said, on the Thrive website, you could simply, you could go through our website at the Benzie-Leelanau District Health Department, bldhd.org, or you can go to MyThrive, M-I-Thrive, and just basically search that, and you'll be able to come to our community health needs assessment. So with that, I would just entertain any questions you might have about this. And of course, there's a lot of information in here. So, you may thumb through this and have questions down the road, and I would invite you to give me a call, reach out to me, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Is there questions or comments for Dan? And then the only piece I'll add is that you may want to consider connecting with the Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency. They may benefit from some of this information.
Perfect. Yeah.
All right. And just to add to your comment about the population over 65, from what the last estimate to the current estimate, 20% of our population growth was in the 60s. 45 and below was a decline. So we definitely have a aging population, and that's a trend likely to continue.
It is. And as a matter of fact, I went to a lecture. We have a state demographer, if you didn't know that. I went to a lecture and heard her talk about that specific situation in northern Michigan, and they are projecting out to 2035 that trend will continue, and workforce will trend the other way, right? So that is a problem that we're all going to have to grapple with, because as the population ages, people come here, they want to go out to eat and go to restaurants. They want people to take care of their homes, various other needs of our community, whether from a government side, police, fire, health department, everything in that arena. But the trends are kind of going the opposite direction. So I think that's definitely something that we'll be grappling with in the future. We're grappling with it right now, but it's not going to get any better.
If you just look at the medical community, let's take Crystal Lake Clinic as an example. not long ago, they had about 4 or 5 positions there. Now they've got 1. The rest of it is managed by physician assistants.
Correct. Yes, that has been a trend as well. So, I just want to, again, point out like the collaboration with the health systems has been huge with this. I mean, we have strengthened partnerships with our hospital systems with Munson, McLaren, Corwell, My Michigan. I mean, and that's, knuckles up, is the best way to describe it in Northern Lower Michigan. So, I mean, that has been a really positive outcome of this too, because we're talking to each other. We meet regularly. We collaborate on this. So, I mean, this is good stuff. What the next cycle is going to look like, I don't know, because everybody is, we're hurting financially. Revenue's down. Hospital systems are going to be in the same boat with the Medicaid cuts that are going to be starting in 2027. So this could look a little different. It could be pared down a little bit. We could be focusing on some of these needs that I described, the priority needs, a little bit more individually. And but this effort will continue regardless. It just may look a little different.
Appreciate you being here today, Dan.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh,
I have 2 quick questions. 816 middle graph. First concern is one that's closest to Leland County. I think it was just shoved down. As it shows to me, maybe there's 26 deaths or whatever due to substance abuse, the mortality rates there.
right.
And the note next was saying the data from Benzie was suppressed to low. So what's your best guess if I'm speaking just for the Thompsonville area, I got kind of a clue there, but overall in the county it says 26. Is that far greater than that, you think?
I don't think it's far greater than that, but and thanks for pointing that out, because when you have, lower numbers in a small community, that data does get suppressed because of confidentiality and things of that nature. And that has been a challenge with substance use, prevention and seeking treatment, because to get help to people in a small community, there's something to stigma, because people, you're so close to your community, right? Everybody knows everybody, and people may be reluctant to go get help, right? Because they don't want to be seen as having a problem necessarily. But I would have to get back to you on trying to find that exact number for Benzie County. I don't know specifically, but that is something that you may see through here where data is suppressed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else? Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Sheriff?
Morning, Kyle Rose of Benz County Sheriff. Just a real quick reminder. I hope there are people listening. We have no safe ice out there. We're prepared to respond to emergencies, but this time of year is very dangerous because people are itching to get out and do things in the winter, the ice fishing in the winter months, snowmobiling, things like that. So I would remind folks, stay off the ice. Inland lakes, streams, rivers, all of that. We'll get there. We got to have some more cold weather and less snow. So that's what I've got. That's my big thing.
Comments or
PSA.
questions?
Just one, Osborne's is telling everybody there's 4 inches of ice on Bear Lake, so,
That could be.
well, I'm just saying. There's 4 inches, there'll be somebody
We'll
trying.
find out. I know Cadillac, they're kind of the Lake Mitchell are
Mhm.
first ice usually, but we've been called down there to help emergency. So
Way people.
we hope not.
Yes,
Hope not.
thank you.
You probably heard about that incident in Kalkaska.
Yes, I did. Yep. That was an all call. Our dive team, we're part of that. And unfortunately, my son was involved directly in that. So, yeah, tragic for that family. Hearts go out to them.
There was a drowning over the weekend, right?
2.
I was at 2 or 3 brothers, yeah.
Two people
3 went through, I believe, 2
pronounced dead.
perished. So,
Right. Thank you much.
yes,
Anything else?
that's all I got this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other department heads or elected officials that would like to speak during this period? If not, why don't we move on to the finance report? You have the check register in front of you. Any questions for Kelly on it?
Make the motion, we pay the bills in the amount of $509,762 and
Olaf supports.
Any comment, any other further discussion? If not, roll call, please.
yes.
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 Roloff?
Yes.
Sauer?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Jeanette?
Yes,
Motion carried.
very good. Kelly, anything you want to add? All right, why don't we move into new business, and if I could turn that over to you, please.
Yeah, the first item under new business is additional signatories for Benzie County. As Kelly said, she is now up to fully staffed. We do have a new chief deputy treasurer, Patricia Leisure is within the treasurer's office, and we have to approve her to allow her to be a check signer on behalf of Benzie County. Typically, she would sign if Kelly's out of town or out of the office. Same as when Tammy's out, Kim signs on her behalf. And so this is to authorize Patricia Leisure as an additional signer on behalf of Benzie County.
There's no comments or questions. We'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes Patricia Leisure, you said, huh? As an additional signer on behalf of Benzie County Financial Transaction.
Well, second.
Thank you. Comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Matthews?
Yes.
Nye?
Yes.
Roloff?
Yes.
Sauer?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Jeanette?
Yes.
Markey?
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next item in your packet today is regarding the building department services. What we have in front of us today is the discussion to amend the agreement. The agreement that has been in place with AGS, Burt Gale's agency, is the original agreement that was put into place years ago. And so we've taken another look at that agreement to make sure everything is up to snuff. Also, because Nick is now coming in to the picture on an official basis, we have to do certain things with him as well. Also, part of the consideration today is to change the fees. As we've lightly touched on before, the fees within the building department have not been adjusted in quite some time. And so there is also a request to increase the fees to a more current rate table that is put out by the International Code Council agency. So Bert and Nick are here today to talk through the request and answer any questions that the board may have. I tried to do a comparison in your packet regarding the old contract and the new contract. Some of the things in the new contract are really legalese type items that were not included in the original contract. Things that our current legal counsel believe, are protecting Benzie County and its liability, as well as protecting AGS from any wrongdoing. So some of those things are just simply, they weren't included in the original agreement, but they're in the new agreement. But then it goes through some of the other things about the fees, specifically in the additional services. They've been performing soil erosion services. However, the old agreement didn't note that. So we're, making that part of the agreement as well, since that's the practice currently taking place down there. And so with that, I guess I'll open up to any questions.
Katie, what I might ask though is, can we act on these separately, or is one incorporated with the other?
So the agreement indicates the increased fees. And so the motion is written as one motion, because if you're accepting the fees, if you accept the agreement first, you're automatically accepting the fees, because it's within the agreement. So if you would like to act on them separately, which you could, you would need to do the fees first and then the agreement, because the agreement incorporates the higher fees.
Well, certainly from the contract's perspective, you did a great job in the memo of laying out the highlights of what we should see. So I'm not saying we won't act on them both at the same time, but let's open the discussion to the contract first. Any comments or questions, either for the building department or for the administrator?
I'll just note one thing, just because I'm familiar with the fees where they were, and you are due for an increase. I will support that. I see that the re-inspection fees, the regular single inspection used to be at 77, the re-inspection used to be at 55, and now both are bumped up to 80. Was there a reason why the re-inspection was percentage-wise increased so much?
Yeah, the 77 reflects the 10% increase, over and above what our fee schedule is. Um, I don't remember back in 2012, the reasoning behind that, to be very honest. If I was to guess at it, um, it was to help pay for the administration of getting correction notices mailed out, sending the inspector back to the job site once again to see if the corrections had been made. So, but honestly, I can't remember why there was a difference back in 2012.
Okay, fair enough.
For the record, would you identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Bert Gale. I'm the president of Associated Government Services.
That's basically for those people joining us remotely.
Yes.
Other questions or comments on this proposal?
Guess I don't fully understand all of it. Seems like percentage wise, we're pretty steep. 20%. Me, I don't know if we should, it's to consider phasing that in, but the other part was what kind of fund balance they have. I don't know that we have anything there. And when we had what goes to Benzie County, was that the money that we used to help the health department, the records?
There was some
Or did that
funds.
come out of his fund?
Well, it came out of the building department funds that we're holding. That is in excess of what we pay out to Bert's agency. That was right when I came in here. You guys had done that, and those funds were sent over to pay for that service, and that would have come from the fund balance that the county is holding, which is in addition to what we're sending to them for fees. I can tell you how much money is sitting there. We do utilize some of the excess charges to assist with, buying the ladies' desks down there, their computers down there, for the services specifically, to provide them space. We use those funds for too.
While you're at it, is there a rental agreement for that space or no?
No, this agreement really is the only agreement in place. We do from the general ledger standpoint, we charge rent for them for the space in addition to the agreement. But there's not a formal agreement for lease of space, no. There's about $60,000 in the fund balance.
I guess my biggest concern when it comes to contractors, are they aware of this or are they gonna be thrown at them and say, hey, now, wait a minute? Just wondering what kind of feedback we're gonna get. Yeah. Everything adds to the cost of everything. I understand that, and I understand you need an increase. Having a hard time with a 20. Been what, 13 years?
2012, so yeah, 13 years.
So these proposed fees, does that represent, would we be compatible with other communities?
Yes.
Whoever can answer.
Yes. Yes.
It would be. So we're not looking for anything in excess.
No.
And the additional fees should be a surplus beyond the cost of providing the service. The county keeps that money, is that correct?
Right, that's that $60,000 fund balance.
And is there restrictions on those
Yes.
uses?
Yeah, they can't just be given to the general fund for any reason. It has to be maintained within that building department fund and utilized for items specifically related to that service.
And I heard what you said about there's not any type of agreement with respect to use of the space,
Correct.
and it's probably been that way forever.
Yeah.
Have we ever talked to our attorneys about the necessity of having some kind of agreement?
We have not, no. We determine their rent based on the cost allocation plan. So the rent that comes into the general fund for building department is based on the cost allocation plan, which breaks down how the departments all depend on each other and the cost associated with that. It also factors in the square footage of the building and, those sorts of things. And that's typically how we determine how much rent is coming from building department into the general fund.
So that's done annually, it sounds like.
Yes, that cost allocation plan is done annually.
And would that be as similar to the arrangement we have with MSU then?
Yes, so MSU is different. No, theirs is completely separate. We have the agreement each year with them that MSU provides, and we pay for the people down there to provide the service to the community. We don't specifically have a lease of space agreement with them either. We're also not, MSU is not considered separate in the sense of paying rent or anything like that.
Okay, so we don't have a lease agreement with them either. Other comments or questions on this?
There's really no leases other than DHS is what I've learned. Even when Michigan was here, there was no lease agreement.
And that would, I mean, and we've never talked with our legal counsel to determine whether that's something that we should correct or not.
Well, we probably, from an MSU extension standpoint, I could see correcting that for sure. We have an agreement with AGS that says we'll provide them space. It doesn't say how much space. It doesn't say, rent for the space, but the agreement says we'll provide the space. So it's half covered, I could say.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can discuss that separately, I'm sure. Thanks. Other questions or comments regarding this proposal?
I do have a question. So, this, your permit fee multiplier, where did that come from?
The permit fee multiplier, I think you're talking about the building valuation tables. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. So, I can't even tell you how many years, the state of Michigan put out a construction cost table. And they were pretty consistent about updating them about every 3 years. The last one that they did was in 2013. Why they stopped, I don't know the answer to. I don't know why they stopped updating them. So, the construction cost table that we're using here currently is from 2010. So all the valuations are being done based on 2010 numbers, up 15 years ago numbers. So what almost all units of government, maybe not all, but almost all units of government are using now is the International Code Council Building Valuation Data Table. And they publish that, I think 3 times a year. We've been looking at it, the first one published in each year, and I think we could spend way too much time looking at these tables 3 times a year. I think once a year is plenty. But that keeps the community current with the building valuation data as to how much construction costs. So the multiplier is dependent upon the use group of the building and the type of construction. Because if you was to build, I don't know, as an example, a steel building, the cost is going to be drastically different than if you say built a wood building. Okay. So that building valuation data table takes all that into account. And it also takes into account what the use group is. Is it a factory? Is it a business use, an office building? Is it a place of assembly? It takes all those kinds of different uses into account as well. And so it works very similar to the way the state of Michigan did it. It's just calculated, I guess, on a national basis rather than just the state of Michigan. Did that answer?
Yes, so this is something that most building departments use, right? As a calculation.
Yeah, many of my counterparts that I talked to over time have gone to this ICC building valuation data table.
Just for clarification, in case you're not aware of it, I don't believe that every county contracts out building department. So what you're referring to is third-party providers, not necessarily what happens within county government if they manage it themselves.
No, actually, I am talking, kind of across the board because when I go to conferences and I talk to people and I talk to other building officials, et cetera, I would say the biggest share of them are not private entities. Biggest share of them are actually, county or township or city employees.
So we're not talking about anything unique.
Not really, no.
Other comments or questions?
Just one. Should we be factoring in a cost adjustment every year? So we don't have a jump like this?
Actually, that's kind of built in, if you don't mind me jumping
Been in
in.
the contract?
So what we, in our agreement, what we are proposing is that every year, the first publication, usually it's in February, that the ICC puts out with their new building data valuation table, is that we just automatically go to that so that we don't get, 13 years down the road and we've never done anything with it.
Like to eliminate that.
But that's already documented in your proposal, right?
It is.
If there's no other comments or questions, we'd entertain a motion if you'd be comfortable with it.
Right one.
Yeah, there's one in there.
It's on the second page of your memo.
Voted. Board of Commissioners accepts the updated 25 fee schedule for the building department and soil erosion services outlined in the proposed service agreement and approves the agreement with AGS Incorporated to provide those services to Benzie County for a period of 5 years. Such agreement subject to approval as to the form by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
Would there be any support?
I'll second. I do have another question, if I may.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
That is something new, right? Is the soil erosion portion of the contract as well?
Well, all right. So when we came here in 2012, you had somebody else doing the soil erosion sedimentation. So in 2013, and I looked at this yesterday, I think it was July, but the county was going to lose their soil erosion person, and we were approached to they wanted to know if we could do the soil erosion piece. And of course, we said, of course we can. So what we did is we wrote in a separate agreement that's been in place since 2013. So what this agreement does is it sort of rolls the original 2012 and the 2013 agreement for the soil erosion, puts them all into one agreement.
So you have been doing the soil
Mhm.
erosion services.
Yeah, since 2013.
Okay.
And charge for it, I assume.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. We put together a separate agreement with a separate fee structure just for that back in 2013.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that fees are gonna change every year. How are you gonna handle that? Letting contractors know, and I mean, people submit permits and then the work isn't done. You have, usually 6 months before you're required to have a final inspection. And so are those fees gonna be in the prior year honored for inspections that happen in the following year? It just seems like we're going from absolutely no change at all to changing every year without a plan in place.
Yeah, so typically when we're going to do a fee increase, we like to get a notice out to, well, at least our contractors, and possibly put something in a local publication here, indicating that the fees are going to change. And based on the automatic changing of, building data tables, and likely when it comes out in February, we would want to do the same thing. Probably want to do that at least 60 days prior to the actually coming into effect. So if we get a permit that is dated prior to the fee increase, we would use I'll call it the old fee schedule. And when a permit comes in on or after the date we would use the new fee schedule. It's almost the same way we would do it when there's a code update change from the state of Michigan. All plans and permits that came in prior to that adoption date by the state would be handled under the old code. All new ones that came in on the adoption date or after would be subject to the new code. Sort of the same scenario.
So based on this new method that you're gonna move forward with, can you anticipate, does it ever stay the same over a period of time? Or is there ever 3 years where no change would be required, or do you anticipate an increase annually based on?
We're proposing every February to take the new building valuation data table and update the fee schedule.
Okay, so you've, you're updating that. Is there a way in your communications you could go out to the customers and large contractors and just give them kind of a good guesstimate saying every year it's going to increase X%? So maybe every February you're sending out, hey guys, another 5%. Next year might be another 5%, just so people can plan. And there might be projects that they hold off on if they know it's going to go up every year.
We never know what the numbers are going to be till the actual table comes out, right?
But is there a history though? I mean, you could
Yeah.
kind of go by or.
I don't know that there's history. I can certainly go back and see if I can calculate some prior changes. Surely there'll be data that I can get my hands on that are older.
Sure.
And then come up with some percentages, maybe for some popular use groups and types of constructions. To do that for every single combination of use group and type of construction. I'm not even sure how long that would take, but
Right.
long time.
I think Commissioner Nye was asking you, can you name a time that it didn't increase over a period of time? I think, or you wanted,
For
or,
building value data?
yeah, that it would
No.
not increase, so it has to
No.
basically increase every year.
Yeah. But unfortunately, we live in a world where every year we get increases. I don't recall a year that we had decreases, honestly.
Probably the only time there'd be a decrease if there's negative inflation, which almost never happens.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm struggling with, is that we've gone 13 years without an increase at all. And our arrangement still works. You're still sitting with a fund balance. And now the move that we're gonna make is gonna go to an annual increase to our tradespeople, to our builders, to be able to do what they do. And I don't see where it's defendable in the necessity for that. I mean, the memo cites, IT improvements and things like that. I guess I'm not sure why, if we've been holding for 13 years and still generating a fund balance, how do we defend moving to an annual increase?
Well, the county would end up with a fund balance no matter what, because the county's always going to get 10% of all revenue coming in regardless. Okay. So there's always going to be monies going into the building department fund. Always. Well, unless permits stop for some reason, right? So the fund balance isn't really the indicator, if you will, of what the cost and the expense is to operate the department. But to answer your question, I don't know what the percentages of increases in the building valuation data table will be, honestly, from year to year to year. I'm pretty confident that our cost of running the department is probably going to increase over year to year to year. It's probably not going to remain the same.
To Commissioner Matthews' point, I would feel more comfortable making this decision if I could see some historic data on what it is, what the consequences of this decision will be based on historically what they've been. And it seems like that would be available for us to look at, perhaps.
What we could do is maybe alter the agreement slightly, rather than have it be an automatic when the February building valuation data table comes out. is put something together for the board, so the board can be in control of that and when it goes into effect.
I mean, another approach could be that not to exceed like 5% or something like that too. So there's a couple ways to get there, I think.
The not, excuse me, the not to exceed, would cause the building valuation data table to have to be evaluated with every single combination to see if we exceeded that combination.
Okay.
It's not just flat rates for, sections, it's individualized to the project at hand.
Okay.
Not saying it's impossible. Nothing's impossible, right? But
Yes, from the discussion, are we looking at postponing this vote until we get a little more research?
Step to the podium, please. Identify yourself.
Oh, Nick Keck, building official now. I would make note that the ICC BVD, building evaluation data table is built into how we figure building permits, but the base fee of like the $70 is going to $80 base fees. Those don't change yearly. So it's just the cost of construction table that is figured, used to figure building permits, which that's not published now. We don't have something set out how much a building permit is going to be for X project, because Jim has to run it through that cost construction table used now. It'll just be used through the ICC DVD table rather than the state.
Do I understand correctly that we haven't been making that adjustment for over 13 years now? We've just had one equation, which we've been operating by. So would there be an opportunity to say it will be revisited every 3 years? Or instead of changing it every year? I don't know, just something that just doesn't keep it in a constant state of flux.
sure, we're pretty open to whatever the county commissioners would like to see.
So just remind you that we have a motion with support on the floor. In order to do anything different than act on that motion, we'd have to have the motion withdrawn.
I can withdraw the motion if somebody,
I withdraw my support.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Is there a different direction that we'd like to give administration then on this topic?
Kinda
Maybe I
like
guess
the-
what I'm hearing said is that I'd like to go back and have a discussion about potentially having it only reviewed every 3 years. What other input does this group have?
I thought there should be a maximum percentage increase. Would you say 5%?
Well,
But-
we did address that though, Gary.
No, we can't do that, huh? Okay.
The flat fees that are paying that set at $80. It's the other fees that they're based on the specific project. To determine a 5% on all those individual variations is kind of, it's not
So it's
realistic
the
for us
square
to do
footage
that
of the
math.
house that you calculate the
Yes.
permit fee on.
Yeah,
which
so
I
it's
should know anyway.
it's the project at hand, the size of the project,
Okay.
what's happening in the project. That's calculated based on this mathematical formula. So to say not to exceed 5%, well, how do you calculate every single variation that could present itself for that situation?
Mhm.
The $80 as established within the agreement, that is what is set there. That's staying the same. It's this other side of it that I'm hearing we have concern with.
What I have also heard is that if we look at it annually, the changes are less likely to be as dramatic as if you do it every multiple years.
Yeah.
But is there anything else that you'd like to look at that contract that they had them discuss? Rhonda?
It seemed like a drastic mechanism to implement without us having historic information to see what exactly, I mean, if we can look at the past 3 to 5 years of what that looked like, it makes me more comfortable to vote, sure, this makes sense. Right now, I don't have anything to base what I'm voting yes on. And I would feel more comfortable knowing, well, this is what it would mean to the folks getting a building permit. This is a change that they can kind of count on annually, knowing that you don't have a crystal ball. It's just a question mark in my head that it's hard to vote yes when I don't know what I'm imposing on the community.
So how far back would you like to see that historical?
Well, I'd like to know what other people think too. I mean, I'm just one person. We can move forward with the vote if that's the board's will. I'm just saying these are questions that I have.
Does anybody have a problem with getting that historical information?
I'd like to see it as far back as we can get. The 3.5 is great, but I'd like a bigger picture as much as we can get. We can look at it, maybe a decade's worth of information, and then from that, try to maybe guesstimate
So
the impact.
the quarterly reports have all the dollar amounts in them that you get every quarter from Jessica. They're also in your packet. That indicates all the permit fees that are put out into the community. So you are getting those on a quarterly basis, all the permit fees. So you can see what the dollar amounts are, the trends are, and then through accounts payable, you can see what we're actually paying to them. So that information is out there. I would suggest if there's concern about, maybe 1 year's 2% and 1 year's 7%, and that what if we just do simply an annual contract and each year they come before the board with the new schedule and you have to actually adopt the schedule every year before those fees are implemented? Would that make it more palatable so that each year you have a say? Because if it's the new scale comes out and it's 10%, you could say, hold up, we're not doing 10% or whatever. We're not doing that large of an increase. We're going to stick with the 2027 scale versus move to the 2028 scale. Would that make it a bit more palatable to just have it as an annual item?
Katie, I'm gonna go back to my very first comment when we introduced the subject is, quite frankly, I'd like to see a contract with them that goes beyond 1 year. I'd like to know that that is embedded and that we have it in place.
Yeah.
But I had talked about potentially acting on the fee schedule and the contract separately. What if we considered taking the fee schedule out of the contract and that we can act on annually, but let's get a multiple year contract for the service?
How do you-
We originally, I believe in our 2012 agreement, and I think the one we proposed said something along the lines, and I'm gonna try to remember it best I can, is that the contract is for an indefinite period, unless, one party or the other terminates, right? That's what, the way it read
This one
since
says
2012.
Yeah, indefinite scares me. So I like at least a 5-year check-in.
Tim, you wanted to say something?
Say if the fee schedule every year contract, they're obviously they're doing this for income. Basically, they're gonna say, we make a decision to lower them. Kind of like, what good is the contract?
Well, the contract's to provide the services based on a percentage of the fee collected. And Nick, you said something, I think that I need to get clarification. Some of the fee schedule doesn't necessarily change year to year.
Yeah, so the electrical, plumbing, mechanical, those have a fee schedule per inspection, and then there's itemized items on there. Those don't change yearly with the ICC. That's just building.
So right now, the calculation, the ICC calculation you're using is from what year?
2010. It's not ICC, it's the state of Michigan.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
2010.
2010, and there's been no adjustment. So based on that, to implement what it is now, what is that percentage increase?
Oh, I don't.
Thought I heard someone
It's
say
gonna
20.
be, it's gonna be fairly large because it's a 13-year period.
I heard one comment that it was like 20% on some of them.
I mean, is that fair? Does that make sense? Are you mathing, Katie?
So for our services, specifically from the 50 to the 80 is, a 60% increase, over that period. As far as the individual permit fees, I think they vary. I mean,
Yeah, so Katie provided, in the packet, Benzie County had the 2010 CCT compared to the 2025 ICC.
What page is that on, Katie?
let me tell you.
38 maybe?
38 of the packet on the website, page 38.
That breaks it down what AGS receives, what Benzie County receives, and the total collect with the now cost construction table versus 2025 ICC building valuation.
He's referring to page 39, so go to the next page. You'll see the AGS, Benzie, and then total.
So you'll see the markup percentage is different based on those samples are below there of how those were figured.
Gotcha, okay. About double. It's looking like double-ish.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the board a little bit.
Yeah.
So you'll see that the different kind, depending on the project,
Varies.
the percentage of change is different, right?
Yeah,
Um,
but this gives me a general, I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I had over it.
Number 3 is more than double. Sample 3. Single family residence.
For what it's worth, I'm gonna make the observation with respect to contractors. I'm not sure how much weight this should carry, but I mean, the contractors pass this on to the property owner. It's really not coming directly out of the contract price unless it's a hard bid. And contractors change their price year to year too, based on what the market demands. So they really shouldn't be totally surprised that there's a change in the fee schedule. And the change of their materials change and. What's your pleasure, folks? Do you want to give specific direction to administration on what items we'd like to go back and revisit? Because I think it's it's too arbitrary right now. We're asking, we'll go back and revisit the contract. Well, what do you want them to revisit?
Yeah, we've been going back and forth in this contract for a bit of time now, so I would need some specifics, yes.
So let me put this out there. Is there merit to saying, take the fee schedule out of the contract, we'll deal with that annually, and let's just have a multiple year contract with them? Or do you want the fee schedule incorporated into the contract and describe some frequency of review?
I think you're talking about two different fee schedules. I have no problem with the permitting schedule staying consistent. I mean, I think our contractors count on that for at least a period of time. So I think the portion that changes, Katie had offered, could that come before the board?
Right.
Annually for approval, just to make sure that we're aware at least of what's happening. It's just not happening automatically. And then one day we think, oh, we should have had eyes on that while it was progressing.
Yeah, that's
So-
probably better said. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it needs to be divided into the two parts. I don't have any problem implementing the, how would you, what's the right verbiage to designate the two different schedules? Or do you look at them as a whole?
So if, I'm kind of following along, I would,
Sorry.
no, you're good, you're good. So rather than have the agreement say that it automatically updates every year with the February publication of the new building valuation data table, we could certainly take that out and you could insert something along the lines of, the fee schedule may be reviewed annually, as it relates to the building valuation data table.
And then do we need to change the term of our contract with AGS to from a year to 5 years? Or
Well, the motion was 5 years.
it's, okay, we're at 5 years, okay.
And I'd recommend we go more than a year.
Yeah. I just, in 5 years, a lot can change. So it's good to have even if it's just yep, we're extending 5 more years. I think it's good to have that check.
It forces you to look at it. Go ahead, Tim.
One of the questions that we had, so the part that's changing for the fee calculation, only the stuff based off table that's published by International Code Council?
Yeah, for the building permit fees, yes, and, plan review fees.
And so I'm doing a little research since we've been sitting here. There's a lot of other. Like City of Manistee uses that same table, base their fees off. So this is not like a uncommon thing.
No,
So a lot of it is based off table that's public.
And the state is serviced, or the Manistee is serviced by the state, I think.
Mhm.
the city of Manistee has their own authority. We actually do trades there in the city. And then in the Manistee Township, we do everything, building, plumbing, mechanical, and electrical there.
So, I mean, what I'm getting at is like certain industries, there's certain data that people rely on. So if that's the only data that's changing in the fee schedule year per year, I understand why want to not playing catch up 10 years down the road saying, oh, maybe we adjusted every 2 years, because I mean, it's gonna change quite a bit every single year. That table looks at all sorts of different types of construction.
And I'm gonna go back to an earlier comment I made. A lot of our contractors aren't working just exclusively in Benzie County. So this is not, they're accustomed to this in other counties.
They are, and we've actually, we've actually had comments made that, Benzie County needs to update their fee schedule because they're so much less than other places, and you wouldn't think contractors would even share that, right? But they do.
Well, they probably know at some point it's coming, and I'd rather get a 4% increase than a 20. Especially if I've got a hard bid out.
Yep.
Well, I mean, knowing this information, like I said, it's data presented by over a national authority. It's not like these guys are just making up the table. They're just basing their fees based off of everybody else.
So at this moment, the directions back to administration to look at separating the fee schedule from the contract and acknowledging in the contract that the fee schedule may be reviewed annually. Is that what I'm hearing, folks?
That a substantial change, is that even necessary?
It's gonna be just a little,
Right.
right, because the $80 and that part of it is staying the same. It's just this whole statement of using the ICC schedule that's published each year. We're just gonna add to may use upon approval by the board or something like that.
Yeah, make it easy, simple. I like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a matter of a statement changing within the contract. Other than that, the contract, what I'm hearing is staying the same. We're keeping the relationship in place for 5 years. The $80 is staying the same for the fee. Yeah, that's all staying the same.
So the only verbiage that would have to change is basically one sentence.
Yeah,
So could we approve it with that amendment?
yeah, just put it in the motion that you're approving it with the addition of clarifying annual review and approval of permit fees by the board.
We want to try that motion?
You got that, Tammy?
Almost.
Oh,
She's been.
Have permit fees?
Yeah, permit fees, that would be the correct term, right?
You
Yeah.
can say permit fees or the building valuation data table, either way.
Yeah,
whatever
Whatever your pleasure is.
Art has permit fees.
Let's make it easy. And Tammy, if normally we don't ask this, but would you read back then that new motion?
Okay, that the Board of Commissioners accept the updated 2025 fee schedule for the building department and soil erosion services as outlined in the proposed service agreement. You want the amendment part going there?
Well, my understanding is they have a fee schedule before. We're just now talking about
Next year's.
next year. Yes. First sentence is still correct.
Okay. And approve the agreement with AGS Incorporated to provide those services to Benzie County for a period of 5 years. Such agreement subject to approval as to form by legal counsel and authorize the chair to sign with the amendment of clarification of annual approval of permit fees.
By Board of Commissioners.
Board of Commissioners, okay.
Is the motion understood? Would anybody like to,
I'll make
Make
it
that-
now that you got it wrote.
can we get support?
Okay.
Does any further discussion required?
Tammy, the agreement I emailed you, that's not correct now, so just don't print that.
Okay,
Right. If there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, so we're at 10:35. Would anybody like a break?
Sure. Could I say just one more thing before you take your break?
You already have.
Okay.
One more thing now?
Sure. I would like the board to consider not making this effective until February 1, so that we have an opportunity to let contractors know this is coming. And I guess I should have said that before the motion, right?
That would have
But-
helped, Bert. I don't think that the motion didn't include an effective date.
Uh-huh.
So we can, effective February 1 would be.
If
great.
that's acceptable.
When we, the contract, we can put the effective date at the top. Is it February 1?
Perfect.
All right, and that doesn't violate or change anything we've done here. Okay. All right, it's 25 to 11. Let's get back quarter till.
You're unmuted. Sorry, Tim.
And we are bringing the meeting back together for the benefit of the public. Katie, would you like to introduce the next subject, please?
Yes, so the next item on your agenda is the Point Betsy Shoreline Restoration Project. We have many representatives here today related to this project, from the Friends to the engineering firm to just, fellow supporters of the lighthouse. What is in front of you today is acting upon change order number 8 to the agreement with Bar Engineering. And really what this is doing is it's tightening down the project a bit in the effort to save funds, because as you know, from a funding standpoint, we are a bit short. And 2, to give the final okay to move forward utilizing Bar Engineering for the next step in this process versus looking for a third party contract manager, project manager in this situation. Bar has intimate knowledge, and Peter specifically has intimate knowledge with this project and Point Betsy. And so the idea is to move forward with him and his firm to oversee that next step, which is a bit smaller, to help save money as well. Chuck Clark first.
Okay, Peter's letter, Peter Hink from Bar, our consultant, in your packet, lays it all out. This has been almost 5 years in the planning process, starting with the historical restorations project, and then the design. And now we're at the point where we're moving on to the construction phase. The Walton was awarded the contract, and this is the first motion is to officially award the contract to Walton. We had a lengthy, very productive discussion with Walton after they bid, and they were they were excellent. We were very happy with them, and that you approved them before, but in the contract, the bid, we went out and told Walton we would, on all the bidders, that we would define this by the end of the year, and that's why we're here today. We do not have the funds to do the whole project, but we have to move forward. The state money expires at the end of this fiscal year, which is $5.2 million. So we need to use it. So what we decided to do as our committee is to pull back the north end. The north end, frankly, is probably the most eroded area of the whole perimeter protection, but the easier to do because it's mainly rock and sand, where the other is combination of steel, cement, and rock. So we carved that out and got the contract into what we could manage for the money we have, but put that north end as an addendum back into the contract. So which is change order 2 here, the second motion to take it out of the contract, and then we could put it back in if and when we get the money to finish the whole project. So that's the necessity of the two motions. The third motion is when Bar was approved as the engineer for the design, which was 22, I think. And we also approved them for the oversight. So the third motion is to add the dollar amount into that, because we didn't define a dollar amount. It was too fluid at that point in time. So that's where the 611,000 comes in for that project, which is not out of sight, because we want to have really on-site oversight of this project as it goes along, and that was a key to Bar's performance here, is just making sure that there's looking after the construction on a daily, if not weekly basis, at least at the beginning. So that's where we are, and we have Ed and Peter Hink here from Bar for any questions.
Any questions or comments regarding this request?
You made mention that the north side is the most eroded.
Yes.
So doing this, putting that off, is that going to do anything to what we are going to do? Is that going to create a problem for what we do?
I would say it's not. Peter can weigh in on that because we round the corner by the fog signal building. It's mainly the north end, which extends the rest of Benzie County's property and into the Coast Guard property. Peter?
Thanks. Peter Hink from Bar Engineering. The north end is where there is the most active erosion, but it is also area that does not directly threaten the structures. So that, as Chuck said, the intent is that that area should be constructed, needs to be constructed as part of finishing off the project. But if there's a delay there, it's not going to directly impact the structures, especially the lighthouse and the fog signal building, which are closer to the lake shore on the western side. Right. The other part of excavation that's necessary to get the structures in place is going to be generating a lot of sand material that will be placed on the north end of the project and help to restabilize those dunes as well.
Just curious, if after everybody's best efforts, there is impact to the structures, what happens at that point? Is there some sort of insurance policy or, I mean, I'm sure everybody's going to take their best preventative effort, but what if damage is incurred to the structures?
Do you mean damage during construction by construction or damage?
I'm thinking
from the lake?
vibration from the movement to the actual buildings that are
Like
there.
from the piling.
Yeah.
We do have in the construction contract specifications for structure vibration monitoring that will be done by BAR on behalf of the county. Monitoring to set limits for vibration and movement that will be, some of those will be continuous monitoring sensors. Other locations will be checked daily. And there are limits in the construction contract that if the acceptable limits or levels of vibration are exceeded, the contractor is going to need to stop work and change how they're conducting the work. And the way that those limits were determined was to be conservative, protective, so that it's not like we're seeing an exceedance at the moment that something's about to fall or crack. We would see those limits being approached much sooner and give us time to take corrective action.
They also have
The contract.
And so this adjustment to the contract, setting aside the north portion, does that leave any money to be raised? Or are we within budget at that point? Should we make this change?
It needs to be raised when it's.
No, I mean, once it's taken out, the portion that we'd be approving today, the funds are there.
I want clarification on that. So the Friends have access to approximately $7.4 million to cover this project now. And that 7.4 million includes any additional support or hires, covers the engineer, covers the construction, any ancillary costs. And Chuck, does that include then a set aside for potential overrun?
There is contingency factored into the contract.
And that's covered in the 7 point. Thank you.
7.4 or
Well, it's 7.3.
6.5. They're taking 1.471 out.
So 7.4 is, or the 7.35 is Walton's bid. The change order to remove the north end would remove 1.47 million. So take it down to 588. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the number that's on hand.
Okay.
And then
In addition to that would be the construction administration.
the 611.
Correct.
So within the new total is almost 6.5.
Okay, thank you.
I do have another question.
Mhm.
I was kind of reading in the contract that BAR is going to be more or less oversight. Could there be anything more than that? So say, Walton finds themselves in a situation where they might need some extra help, are you able to lend that help, or is that off the table?
Well, if Walton needs a help or a change to the project, we'll have to come back with a change order.
Okay,
I don't know how that would affect Bar, but it might, and that would be in any kind of change order. New construction, there's not as lot of many change orders as there are existing, or like the exterior or interior projects, the lighthouse, we went like 6 or 7 change orders, and obviously in this project, we've already been just with the planning phase about 7 change orders. So they do happen, but I think they'll be minimal in the actual construction.
okay,
And then also, if I can just clarify, so BAR's role would be acting as the owner's representative, so representing Benzie County and as the engineer of record. So ensuring that the construction is done according to the contract documents and tracking quantities, approving pay orders, that sort of thing. BAR would not be, in that role as owner's representatives, BAR would not be directly responsible for Walton's performance or that work, and any additional change orders as needed. I mean, that'd be between the contractor and Benzie County, without BAR kind of being in the middle of that.
I guess I'm wondering, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, so, I'm not an expert in any of this, and, I'm the contractor, and I find myself up against something, and, coming to me as the board, I don't know, right? So they come to me and say, hey, this is what's going on, and I'm like, I mean, is that where you help us, right?
Yes. Yes, I think, I mean, as in that role as the owner's representative would be addressing changes as they come up, identifying when there's unexpected things that are found that need to be handled, and preparing the change orders, and helping, working with the county and the contractor to develop the solution for what needs to be implemented, certainly.
And Ed Hookter, committee member, I'm just to clarify this, the real issue is that we understand neither the Friends nor the county has the expertise to supervise a job like this. So, and we don't want the contractor to make certain decisions, so we hire engineering experts with experience in marine contracting to oversee it as the county's representative, not as the contractor's representative. So BAR is working for us, not the contractor. And we've included in there the monitoring, the vibration monitoring that somebody mentioned, and looking at all these other things, counting how many stones show up, especially engineering and inspecting some of the things that'll be covered up underground, so that they're working for us, because we know we don't have a county engineer, we don't have a DPW, Friends are a volunteer group. So that's BAR's function. And yeah, it's a lot of money, more than really we wanted to spend, but we look at it and say, we can't short shrift this. This is a 75-year project, the most iconic building in our county, and we have to spend the money to inspect this, and we have to have it responsible to the county. And that's what BAR's function is, to work for us, to ride herd on the whole project.
That's already really happened in the evaluation of the rock equipment that's going to be.
Chuck, use the microphone on you.
Chuck.
Did not like the quarry. BAR thought the quality of the rock was not good in one particular quarry, so we changed quarries to another alternative. So that's already in effect.
And just for clarification, you said when the question was asked about damages regarding vibration, you said we have a completion bond. Well, your completion bond isn't about damages, it's about if you don't get the project completed, there's money to go to somebody else. But I'm going to assume that there's insurance in place. Any insurance the county would need in case there's issues.
Yeah, they'll have a performance bond, a payment bond. They'll have to have a project-specific aggregate endorsement for the total project cost and all the good things, yes.
Yeah, I was certain that probably was Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, so I understand the reason for the pivot. We have the grant secured until the end of the year. Walton needs to know if they're gonna move forward. I guess I'm wondering what the conversation's been about completing the north portion. Because you're gonna have a lot of heavy equipment there. Point Betsy's gonna be shut down for a period of time. So is the plan to, while the current phase is being conducted, to raise the funds to to continue while all the heavy equipment's there? Or is this, are we looking at this as we're gonna handle this and then we're gonna go back out and fundraise and we're gonna look at down the road at finishing?
I'll let others speak to the fundraising, but in terms of the project execution, we've had that conversation with Walton. And you know, everybody, county, the Friends, the contractor would like to do the whole project at once. There will be some lead time in terms of stone procurement on their end. So we are working with them to define a date so that we could say, you know, if a decision to move ahead with the remainder of the project can be made by whatever the date is, May 1st or something like that, then that change order that's taking away that portion of the project could be added back and it could still be completed in 2026. We need to define that date with them. The other option would be pushing that the remainder of the project to a subsequent construction season, 2027. But yes, at least that's my understanding, is that the intent is to keep moving and do the whole project.
This buys us some time to raise money the next 5 months or whatever, 6 months. If not, then we're looking at additional mobilization costs for coming back in 27 or subsequent years. So we're going to attempt to try to get that money in the next 6 months.
Other questions or comments? If not, we'd entertain a motion.
I'll do that. Trig moves that the Board of Commissioners accepts the bid dated July 2nd, 2025, and awards the Point Betsy Lighthouse Shoreline Protection System project to Walton Contracting Incorporated for a contract price of $7,354,875.50, and approves change order number 1 for the Point Betsy Station Shoreline Project System project to reduce the project scope on the north side of the property for no change to contract times and a reduction in contract price of $487.50, and further approves change order 8 for the Point Betsy Shoreline Protection System Design Construction Engineering Services in the amount of $611,000, and assigns the contract to Barr Engineering Michigan LLC with funds available in the Point Betsy Fund with reimbursement from the Friends of Point Betsy.
Mark, you will. Any additional comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Matthews,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
Before we leave this subject, I want to acknowledge everybody from the Friends. What a yeoman's effort you guys have done to get to where we're at today. This has required a lot of discussion, and we're working with volunteers. I hope the community appreciates all the time you've committed. And Ed, I'm not sure what you're not involved in these days, but thanks for being, on behalf of the commissioners, thank you very much. Katie, do you want to introduce the next subject?
Sure. The next item in your agenda is the purchase of the Power DMS platform for use by Central Dispatch, the Sheriff's Office, and EMS. Corey is here today to really talk about the platform that is being proposed. The cost would be split among the 3 different departments, and it is both sides of the house of the Sheriff's Office. So the cost would be split between the general fund, the Central Dispatch Fund, the EMS fund, and the jail fund for this. And really what this is doing, this is separate from the other software that we talked about from a Central Dispatch standpoint. This is not the, the AI software that we talked about before to help with the training and those sorts of things. This is a different software. So just to be clear on that. But this is really, it's a policy management software, and it's a great solution to really strengthen down on the policy and procedure within those departments. And it also offers a lot of resources and tools for these departments to ensure that the policies and procedures in place really are industry standard and, tight, good policies.
Corey, before you interject, I'm going to ask the board, is there going to be any questions or comments of Corey on this?
Just,
And the sheriff's here too, if you have
Okay.
questions for him.
and I see Tom's nod. It was my understanding that this, actually you have something you use now. This would replace that. Am I correct or wrong?
Only for me. Yes.
Only for you.
Correct. Dispatch currently has call it a substandard software that's available. It's one of their competitors. It's not great. We evaluated it as a group, and the group agreed, the rest of the group agreed with what I kind of approached it with. This isn't great. Better than nothing, but it's not great. In those conversations, it's my understanding that the other groups involved in this do it the manual way, by paper.
My concern is, were you committed with that other group?
No.
Uh,
No, that's
with
a
contract of some
yearly
sort?
thing.
Okay.
Each year it comes up and I just choose whether to kind of pay that bill or to not pay it with them. We had other services through them that I have since dropped that didn't work out also, so there's no contractual commitment to the other organization or other vendor, I should say.
Tim?
What does this software do for you?
So this software provides us the ability to manage all of our policies for each respective department independently. In a central location, we all have the same system. We're all familiar with it. We can all help each other through the administrative process. But it allows us to have a tracking location for all policy changes, all policy signatures, and training associated on the policies themselves. So right now, I have a two-part with my policies. Some are still on paper that I haven't got to get updated and put in the digital system. I have 0 audit log of any of those changes and signatures to them. There's an understanding with my staff that when a new policy comes out in the digital system and they have to sign it and it's logged, any changes, all of that. In the old system, it would go out by email and then there would be follow-up of, hey, did you read that? Do you have any questions? If there's questions, talk about it, et cetera. But there's no log of them signing it, saying they read and understood it.
So when you say policy, are you talking like a personnel policy or like this is what you do when this call comes in kind of thing?
Yes, both. So I can only speak for my department. The sheriff's here to speak for his. All of my policies for central dispatch would be in this system right now. There are some on paper, some not. I have also chose to include every county policy in my digital system. So when a policy is updated at the county level, I get that out of our shared drive. I put it in this system and my staff read it and sign off on it. So those would also be included in that. But it wouldn't be just one specific set of policies. It would be all of them go into that system. Am I speaking correctly from a sheriff's department perspective on that?
Yes, we're actually more antiquated than he is because it's gotten to be that over the years, it's just been handed down. But ours is, we're in desperate need of upgrades and verifications and, making sure our folks are up on these things. And this is the one road that will help get us there, I feel.
Other questions or comments?
I do. Do you have a plan to get the things from your legacy into the new system? Because I mean, that's a big undertaking once you get something like this. I know I've done it, is to get all your records then into the new system. Do you have a plan for that?
Yeah, I can speak for myself and I'll let the sheriff speak for his department. But yes, I have a plan and it would be the same plan that I had when I started with the original system is as we go through and review them, we're going to put them in the new one. Well, once we move to, we move to this system, I'm dumping all of it in there because I realized in the first rendition when I tried to do it, there's still some old policies that haven't been touched because they're just haven't been touched or they don't need updated. Don't fix what's not broken sort of thing. But from my perspective, from my department, they're all gonna go in there. And in speaking with Tom, he's gonna take the same approach, is that they're all just gonna go in there. And that's gonna be our base point to start with. And each department will have control over their own policies. I'm not gonna be dictating or signing off or writing a change to a policy in Benzie EMS or in the corrections or any of that. That each department head will have control over their policy.
What are we talking volume wise on this database? I mean, how many policies are there to have to manage?
I myself have close to 100. That's just my department. EMS, I would venture would be even more.
They have an entire
And
book.
I would have, if I had to throw a number out you, I would say probably around 500 between all the departments. It's
And each
I'm not talking
policy,
a small number. It's a lot.
in each policy, every employee should like sign an initial that they've read and
Absolutely. Yeah,
understood and.
yeah.
So Ron, we're talking like a call comes in. I mean, if it's a law enforcement call, I mean, these policies dictate exactly what they do, at least for dispatch.
Yeah. Yeah, just for, just to put a little bit of scope and maybe help answer that question, for the emergency medical dispatch alone, I have 6 policies for one single topic. And that's a requirement of that vendor, that we have these different things that spell out their expectations and the roles and responsibilities. So,
Helpful, thank you.
yeah, it's a large number of policies.
Other questions or comments?
Just cost, how are we finding a cost share of this? And
It's outlined actually.
So yeah, it should be in your
Kinda,
packet. It should spell
yeah.
it out. We're doing it by user, essentially, how many users there are based in each department. And then did the cost allocation that way. And I applied that same cost allocation if MMRMA approves the grant reimbursement. That same cost allocation will go back to each department. So it's a fair share of the payment up front, and if there is a grant reimbursement, a fair distribution back of that.
when your budgets, you have this or you're.
This was budget.
I'm looking at 2 departments that are run from the general fund heavily. And I just didn't know exactly where all the money was coming from.
So as you know, we have monies from commissary and inmate funds that we utilize for training, et cetera. That's part of where we're funding this from.
Mhm.
So it's taken care of in that regard.
That was my only biggest concern.
All right, now I make the motion that the Board of Commissioners approves the quote and agreement with Power DMS for the Policy Plus solution in the not to exceed amount of $16,226.10 for year 1, $14,515.05 for year 2, and $16,042.95 for year 3 to be cost shared among Central Dispatch, Sheriff's Office, and EMS, with funding to be provided from their respective budgets. Agreement subject to approval as to its form by legal counsel, and authorizes the chair to sign.
Mark, you will support.
Thank you. Additional comments? Roll call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Very good.
I
Thanks
did-
for
I'm
being.
sorry, I did have one question. My question is so this is the 3 years, right? That's for the, just for the big package, right? There will be a yearly, probably, a yearly cost to it too? Is that correct or no?
So this is reflective of all of that. So this invoice, this contract, this agreement is a 3-year agreement to use this service at the rates spelled out for each of those years.
Okay, and
It'll-
so then in 3 years, we'll probably be talking about this again.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Very good. Gentlemen, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
We're at commissioner reports, I believe. And Tim, we'll start with you, please.
I only got like 5 pages. No, I had a slow couple of weeks. I did accounts payables and then I attended the Village of Honor Council meeting last night. About the only thing of real interest last night is they approved a Michigan State Housing Development Authority Community Development Block Grant. They're applying for in the amount of $400,000. I think everybody knows these block grants could be for people at or below poverty, middle to low income. And they can apply for it to help do improvements on their homes. They're just starting to see if they can get the grant, and if they can, great. And then they'll start working on it.
I'm sorry, this was MMR.
No, MSHDA, Michigan State Housing Development Authority.
Ishta.
Ishta.
Yep. Other than that,
Okay.
that's all I got.
Thank you. That's why I was confused. I apologize. Yep.
All right, Tim, thank
What
you.
happened in the last 6 pages?
Oh. So you might get what you asked for there, buddy.
So only a couple meetings, couple canceled. I did come in and do APs on the 20th. I brought my wife over for Kim Nowak's retirement party. They've been friends since high school. So it was nice for them to get back together. They do see each other periodically, but Kim gave the county quite a commitment at 35 years or something like that. So it was nice to be able to see her off. It was a nicely attended. My area agency on aging canceled as well. So Veterans Affairs yesterday. We will be getting ready for upcoming spring activities. Gary, you have anything you want to add for yesterday's VA?
That one group that came and gave us the
22
flyer.
to 22 to none.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to mention that or not, but they're doing a couple of things. They're doing a hunt.
Yes, they are
So,
trying to get guys and gals together to do a whitetail hunt late. They have everything that the folks need. 22 to none is a veterans organization. Some years ago, it's being said that 22 veterans a day take their lives. So this nonprofit stepped up to help try to get in and help these veterans, guys and gals. They offer all kinds of programs. Dave Winkle's the head of it. He's got 3 or 4 other guys and gals that are in there with him. They bought a school, help me out, South Boardman Elementary School. It got vacated. They bought it and turned it into their barracks. They have different classrooms for different activities. They do have sleepovers periodically. They're constantly up to something. It's a pretty good organization. I've dealt with them in the past as far as referring people. So I do know Dave and some of the other guys. And it's a good entity to be able to fall back on. That's all I got.
kind of wanted the sheriff's department and EMS and those folks, if they wanted to volunteer to help and stuff, to let everybody know this is kind of the stuff they're doing. We have a flyer or 2 we can make copies.
Very good. Additional comments or questions for Bob? Rhonda?
Sure, I had a couple meetings. We had agenda review prior to this meeting. I had the Water Smart Land Use meeting. The new tool that's being developed with the funding from this board, from the county, is going to be named the Zone. We had a meeting with Caligo, Gary from Caligo, to talk about the different layers, how the data is going to be compiled, where he needs assistance, what he's going to do on his end. It was really kind of exciting to see it all coming together. It was again reiterated that as soon as Michael Beach is comfortable in the equalization role, they would like to get him partnered, not to utilize his time, but definitely to just have him seeing how this is being developed, because equalization is going to be a spot where people are going to go, hey, what's the new thing you have? How do we use it? And they want Michael on the ground floor. So very productive meeting. when the property tax error occurred, we did have a meeting with Matt from Cole Stoker and Toski, Tim Perone, Leslie, Katie, Michael Beach, Kelly, Art and I, and actually Bob was there as well, to decide what the forward motion was. That was a very productive meeting as well. I attended the Village of Benzonia meeting. They approved hiring Fleece and Vandenbrink to oversee a Lake Street improvement. That's going to be about 160,000 of their street funding money, 42-ish thousand for the engineering service. They talked about the ice rink for this season at Academy Park. There's going to be a frame built. They're going to build a frame and line it and fill that with water. This is a new approach to doing this. Usually they just flooded the field and tried to smooth it out. Cottage Pros is going to be active in this new approach. So that was kind of exciting. They increased their water bill, approved increasing their water bill late fees from 3% to 5%. In that meeting, they also identified that BWAC had been being charged a ready-to-serve fee for a 3-inch line, and actually it is served by a 2-inch line. They approved a remedy for that, which would be a 10-month free to correct the overpayment. And on December 18th at 6 o'clock, the Village of Benzonia Planning Commission will meet to hear from the new property owners behind Tractor Supply, and they will be submitting an application for a PUD, planned urban development, which involves tiny houses. And this will be a first for that village to handle. I attended the land bank meeting. They only have one property in inventory. It's the 5 acres on 669. I think I spoke about this a couple weeks ago. You know, there had been musings about, you know, well, should we use that for recycling? Could it be utilized in some way? And the bottom line to that property is if you go subsoil in any way, whoever does that is responsible for whatever's found under the ground. And technically, because it is a flag site by Eagle, we shouldn't have the community gathering on that site. So it's basically kind of sitting as it is. There was discussion about creating an inventory of ongoing projects, even though there isn't property in inventory. The land bank has properties they've sold to individuals with conditions on them. So Habitat for Humanity had property that they were going to put up a home. We have a community member who purchased property who is building a new home. We have a person who is remediating a home that was owned by the land bank. And each of these projects has parameters. It needs a occupancy permit by such and such a date, or a continuation needs to be extended. So just having those in inventory and knowing where we're at on the calendar as far as what needs to be met, that's going to be compiled. And then we talked a little bit about the Alberta project. Artemis is the developer. They are planning a charrette, which is just like a sharing of ideas about what folks want to see in the community at that site. It's going to take about 6 to 9 months in the pre-development stage to get a solid plan together. And then I attended the Central Wellness Executive Meeting. That committee made a recommendation for a 2% raise for the executive director, which will be carried over to the full board meeting on Thursday. Guardianship stipend was discussed. This is where clients of Central Wellness have folks in place who sign on to be their guardians. Currently, this it pays an $83 a month stipend. We have one community member who is retiring and is actually guardian for 60 clients. So there's going to create a need for folks to step forward and fill that gap. And so the idea is, should the county step in and supplement that stipend to a certain degree? I believe that's what the conversation is going to revolve around on Thursday. And then, of course, the MAC involvement in the PIHP bid out was discussed. At that point in time when that meeting was held, Chip Johnston had reached out to Stephen Curry and had not had a conversation at that point. I believe, though, the 401c, I don't want to get it wrong, blah, 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 that needs to be established to do the bid out had been obtained by MAC, is my understanding. So that's all I have.
if you could elaborate a little bit more, either you or Tim, regarding Mac's involvement on the RFP process. I know that Chip had expressed some concerns. I know that I personally talked to Steve Curry, and he had acknowledged that they had not talked to any of the CMHs before making the decision to be competitive in that. Is there anything that you guys want to add to that with respect to Mac's involvement and our local CMH?
I just, as a commissioner, we, participate with MAC, we pay dues. I am questioning their transparency in this matter. I feel like counties should been made aware of what they intended to do. I feel like they should have relied on the expertise of our mental health regions and establishment. When I am fully aware that Chip was not asked to advise on this, it concerns me. It does put, my understanding is that if this bid out is granted, if this bid is granted to MAC, it puts our counties in a precarious position as far as paying for things, that we used to be in the third position below the state and our PAHP and then our community CMHSP. And now we will be in the first position to cover these costs. And I'm not sure what the thought is. I believe when I spoke out about this at my Human Health and Services meeting, when the topic of them bidding this out was kind of glanced over, I said, didn't MAC bid? And, you know, why weren't we informed? This kind of thing. And I don't feel like there's clear answers yet about why they, and let me circle back. In that meeting, a person on the executive board said the reason that MAC did it was because they didn't want these contracts going to insurance companies out of the state. So to be helpful, to save the day, so to speak. But that's not what I'm gleaning from the folks who actually do the work. And so, Tim,
You covered it pretty well. The big issue, couple, transparency, right? It's kind of like, seems like it was done in secret, and I have a big problem with that. The other big issue, my understanding how it works, for the Medicare, the Medicaid overrun, the counties are gonna be in the first position to cover that at the community mental health organization. We're in a good position. Ours historically doesn't, but that could change quickly with the changes in Medicaid and how the state does fundings, the Fed does funding. I could literally see this bankrupting county. Because there's some CMHs that are horrible at how they do their Medicaid.
What I would add to the conversation, and I am disappointed, at least as of Friday afternoon, Steve and Chip had not talked. I had specifically asked Steve to reach out to Chip, because when I asked him if I could have Chip reach out to him, he said, no, let me call Chip. So as of Friday afternoon, I don't think that had taken place.
Last time I talked to Chip, it had not.
And, but what Steve did share with me, and I understand about transparency, it was done at the board level of MAC, which is well within their responsibilities and authority, that in fact, the counties would be in second place, not first place, that MAC and their newly formed organization would be in first place. And I'm going to use your expression, they think it's saving the day. Yet to be seen, because
how's MAC funded?
Well, this wouldn't be through, this is a separate organization. I'm not here to defend or debate it. I'm just adding to the conversation because I've spoken directly to them. And it's what's most important here for me is they need to talk to the CMHs, and specifically, I think they ought to talk to Chip, because Chip's considered an authority on these things.
He is, and that we're very fortunate. Chip is considered like the authority when it comes to this statewide, right? All the other CEOs of the CMHs go to him. And the fact that Steve said he was gonna get in contact with Chip and he hasn't. Art, can you follow back up with him again?
Now that I know he's still, when did you last talk to Chip?
For me, it's been prior to the executive committee, so. When was the executive committee? Was that last week?
Tuesday.
Not since last Friday, though.
Correct.
Okay, I'll be glad to. I'll check with Chip. Or one of you can and let me know. And then, in fact, Tim, if you would, check with Chip, and if he's not heard from him, let me know. And I'll make yet another effort, because that has been now over a week that I made that request. To me, when someone doesn't make those contacts, it concerns me as to why you're hesitant to make the contact. All right, I just wanted to get a little bit more of that out on the table. Anything else, Rhonda?
No, just texting Chip to see if he's heard from Steve Curry.
Christie?
I went to the Lake Township regular meeting. Their big news is they are now recording their meetings. Yes, and so this first meeting is up on their YouTube channel. And so, yeah, you can see what took place there. Let's see, they're having a joint zoning commission and zoning and planning commission. So the two are coming together over a Crystal Drive property. There's going to be a consultant there too. They also talked about they had no short-term rental license requests this last month. So let's see, they do, so they're working on a new website, and with that comes a new logo. So they have a new logo, and it's a cute little stand of trees. So, that was exciting for them to talk about. Commissioner Janot talked last month about one of the trustees retired, and so they have 4 applicants. They had a special meeting on Monday to interview, and I don't know the outcome of that, but they are taking care of that on Monday, is my understanding. This was something. So right now they have money in Michigan class. And there is something from Honor Bank called IntraFi. And so they are going to try that out because it's a local something or other. They will not get the same rate of return. I think it's a percent, there might be a percentage difference. I don't know, but they're giving that a try. Let's see. So again, that short-term rentals, they didn't have any. Their policy caps at 100. They talked about lowering it to 100, excuse me, their cap is 110. They talked about possibly lowering it to 100, but they did not make that change. Currently, they're sitting at 80. And again, the 110 was just a stab in the dark. They just said, let's put 110 out there. And so I think they were thinking that maybe they could be responsible in lowering it a little bit. But anyway, they decided not to do anything about that. They are also talking about changing from a .org to a .gov. They talked about how there was maybe something better about being a .gov. And I think they're trying to align with us in the county. We're referred to quite a bit as the. What are you laughing over there?
I'm sure most townships refer to us quite a bit.
Always in a good light too.
So yes, so they're thinking about that. And somebody in public comment is like, okay, there are a lot of lake townships around here in Michigan. And so somebody said, do we maybe put Benzie in there or something? And so again, that was just a public comment. They're not sure what they're going to do yet.
The .gov registrar has specific rules on what it needs to be if it's going to be a .gov.
Okay.
So the .gov registrar will require what their domain is. The only reason we received an exception is because I requested the exception because we are the only Benzie County in our country. And so we were granted an exception, but the .gov registrar will determine what it'll be.
Okay, very good. But anyway, that's the recap. So, again, so when I'm giving my report, I got a lot of, ask about the road commission. We talked about recycling a lot, and we talked about Point Betsy a lot. So 3 things we talked about a lot. And with respect to recycling, there was a lot of engagement from the group in Lake Township. They had a lot of suggestions for me. I forward those on to Dave Schaefer. But anyway, there we are. That's my report.
I appreciate the comprehensive of. By the way, just as a note, I did go on view their video, and I find that useful because Christie and I have agreed we're only going every other time. I mean, after all, the county pays us to go. Plus it speeds up their meetings. So it's useful to be able to go on and view what happened.
I think that's really important point, and I think we should encourage our township and villages to host their meetings. The people that I hear from are really receptive to the fact that the county made that move. They appreciate being able to go on their own timeline and see what was conducted, what kind of business was conducted. I know there are meetings that in the community that I can't attend that I wish I could go on and say, okay, what happened at this, and just turn it on in the background. So I mean, I think that if we are regarded as, you know, a model to be followed, we should bring it up at our meetings and say, you folks should look into providing these meetings to your community for the folks who can't attend. It's important to be transparent.
It's a part of modernizing your business practices, and it's a resource available now.
Yes.
And what's great about it is that you can speed through it. You're looking just for a specific subject. You don't have to listen to an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Or whatever that might be. Any questions for Christie? Gary?
Oh, me, I don't have anything. I went to 3 township meetings, you can see. I guess the biggest one was Dollar General wants a liquor license because they want to sell beer and wine at the Dollar General in Thompsonville. And to get it, because they're maxed out in the village has to request it from the state. That's about it.
Do we know of any Dollar General that sells?
A lot of them, from
Beer and
what the
wine?
folks that were there, yeah, a lot of them
Really?
do sell.
The
beer
one
and
by-
wine.
the
Beer
one
and
by
wine,
Perryman.
not liquor.
Okay.
I do know that the one going on up at Marshall on US 31, they're asking the township to do that.
Oh.
At least they will be, because they asked the village, because they thought they were in the village limit, and the village says, you're not in our jurisdiction.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Any comments or questions for Gary? Gary,
They
that's
have to sell it below $1. That's what I would.
Dollar General is not a dollar.
Gary, that is a record for you, my friend. Glenn, how about you?
Okay, attended the Inland Township meeting last night, got done in record time, about an hour and 35 minutes. Ben was, continuing to let this stop and then kind of keep everybody focused. So it went pretty smooth. Other than the average approving for different, labelers and all these other small items that went through there. One thing that I caught was right at the front, first, public comment, guy stood up and basically accused the council of overtaxing because they've got such a large balance in their account right now. And did this 2-page monstrosity here with all of the laws and acts that they're failing to do and a spreadsheet of how much money, so if Art, if you want to see this for fun, because it was inland, then he promptly left. And he did the meeting before, but this time he thought he had all kinds of wonderful data stuff because they have a nice, healthy budget. And they're not spending it all out right now. That was the contention essentially was, well, you guys are, and you still want to have millages, you guys are overtaxing. And so I took it with a grain of salt because I didn't quite understand all the little things in the background going on, but the board didn't seem perturbed by it. He was talking directly to the chair. There's a, thank you very much for your time. He turned, wheeled out and took off. So I don't know what's going to happen, if he's going to escalate this publicly or, send this thing to somebody that can put it in the news. I don't know. I just want to let the board be aware that that's the kind of stuff that's percolating essentially.
And that's a reduction in their assessment, is that what you said?
Well, that was the original discussion 2 meetings ago was we can't bring these things down to zero, but we can bring them down significantly. And the fact that they hadn't done it a month later at this meeting, that kind of got the guy going and said, well, Ben, you guys are overtaxing everybody. That was, that's, and then they're talking about different ways to possibly buy a fire truck in the future, but nothing concrete on that, more just talk than action. That's what I got. And I'm meeting with Colfax tomorrow. Their regularly scheduled meeting.
Very
Oh, yeah.
good. All right, you're getting your feet wet.
Yep.
Comments or questions for Len? So I provided you my report in advance. The things that I want to stress is, I've talked about this before, the initiative for Axe My Tax. By now, all of you should be aware of what that's all about. That is very problematic for the counties because nobody's really offering an option funding that isn't controlled exclusively by the state. And we know how successful that's been with revenue sharing. So keep an eye on that, because if it makes it to the ballot, a lot of people are going to be interested in voting in favor of it. But they have to gather the signatures to get that done. I spent a fair amount of time regarding the issues with community mental health and the RFP. As you might guess, spent a lot of time since last Wednesday afternoon regarding the tax statements. And I've spent a fair amount of time talking about the county's operating millage, which is going to be a subject where we. Any questions on my report? If not, Katie.
Sure, just a few things for us. I want to announce that we have officially hired an ACO officer. Her name is Madison Leishman, and she started immediately. She started yesterday. She hit the ground running. She was in our building for the first couple hours of the day, and we walked her around and introduced her to various folks. And then now she's been up at the shelter. She'll be in the shelter primarily to start, as well as doing ride-alongs with our neighboring counties and our sheriff's deputies, hopefully, to just really get her feet wet. She comes to us with a wild amount of experience in handling and working with animals. So we're really excited to have Madison here. I took her up yesterday and the group was excited to see her, and they seem to be getting a good fit together right away. So really great dynamic up there. As you know as well, we have weekend hours now. This last weekend was the first weekend that we were open on Saturday and Sunday to the public. So great news there. We have just a few animals up there right now too. So our shelter is close to empty, knock on wood. So if you're looking for a pet, we do have a couple of dogs who have been up there for quite some time. And so if you're interested in a new pup, go see the pups up there. And we also just have one kitty left right now. But that's not to say there won't be more, but they do have expanded hours, and we're getting a lot of good feedback on that as well. They've also posted a wish list. I know during the holidays, a lot of folks like to donate to various charities and, give to things that they find important to them. So they did post a wish list of items that are helpful that they use in the shelter, if that's what folks would like to give to. Leslie is in the process right now of processing end of the year payouts. Every year in December, we do PTO payouts for folks that elect to be paid out for hours that they did not use. There is a cap on that. So she is working through that payroll right now. It's taking a bit longer than normal because we do have to touch every single individual person's timesheet just to make sure every hours are accounted for appropriately. She did send out a survey to staff to ask them if they wanted to carry over or pay out. So she is utilizing that data to do that, but it's a pretty big payroll this end of the year. And then after next payroll, we'll be working on tax stuff. So it'll be a busy time in our office coming up between doing W-2s and all the reporting and 1099s and those sorts of things. So we're gearing up for that busyness. Both Carissa and Leslie will be out almost the entire 2 weeks over Christmas and New Year's. So I will be a one-man show. So just let me know if you need anything. Call my cell phone. It may be easier because I may not be at my desk. Probably going to work out front just to save video. It'll be a ghost town around here anyways. So I'm not real worried about it. Super exciting. Some of the federal funding has been lightened up, in the sense of merit has been awarded the grant that they applied for to pay for fellows to work within the regions to provide digital equity services. So you'll recall some time ago, the county was the awardee of a Mitten grant, right? Then all of that was sucked back. Mitten was really the Michigan version of money for digital equity inclusion programming within the state. All that money was pulled back and that money went away. Then we've been in this waiting period. Merit had also applied for a grant at the same time for funding to pay for fellows, pay for scholarly people to work within these regions to help roll out these digital equity programs. The feds have loosened up a bit on the money and they have awarded Merit those dollars. And now Merit was able to find 8 fellows for around Michigan to work through digital equity. We're very lucky here in Benzie because the fellow is going to be working right here in Benzie County and focusing in on Benzie County. And so we have a gentleman who's going to be working here. He's going to have office space within Grow Benzie as well. And we're going to be working on some boots on the grounds, digital equity and inclusion programming, and just really talking about broadband over the next about 10 to 12 months. The majority of this money is coming through the Merit grant. So this fellow's being, paid for through that. They're also going to be paying Grow Benzie a small amount of money for the office space, so helping Grow Benzie as well. And so we'll be calling back together some of the group that we've had around the table over the last few years to start that conversation again. It kind of went quiet while funding was in limbo, but now that there's some funding there again and there's some folks coming around that table, we're going to talk about what we can do here in Benzie County. With the BEAD funding and all the funding that has been committed, as you know, there's a small portion of Benzie addresses that are going to be still considered unserved after all of this happens, right? Starlink, Amazon is coming up with its own satellite internet that is, going to serve Benzie County and so forth. So after all of that, we figure there's still around 100 households in Benzie County that will not have service of some sort. So part of this fellow and his, discussions and programming is how do we address those 100 households, or do we want to address those 100 households? Benzie County took the commitment of internet for all. So is that internet for all, or is that internet for everybody? And so part of the conversations will be about how do we address that last little chunk of folks left in the county that may not have internet. But more things moving on broadband again, super exciting that money is being released from the federal level to help pay for these folks who can really, roll out those programs here in Benzie County. Other than that, things are humming along.
Edie, before we leave the discussion about internet, it's my understanding that the BEADS funding has now been confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we know that that's been a kind of a guess up till now. Now we know.
Yep.
And just for the benefit of the public and for the commissioners, that investment that you guys made to start all of this off, this is really why we're getting that digital equity person assigned to us, because the state has basically acknowledged, look at you guys are really making a big effort. As small a community as we are, we get somebody dedicated to us. It's that's because of your investment.
Yeah,
Think about that when we need to make these kind of investments in the future.
Yeah, the idea, this fellow, they're being hired on the regional approach, but the idea is to focus on Benzie and create some, community models here in Benzie that they can then use on the broader scale on the region and then also around the state, because Merit has 8 fellows across the state. And so the idea is we're focusing on Benzie to create these great programs and processes that can hopefully be used as models to then expand across the region and the state to really ramp up digital inclusion and equity.
It's a good job. Any questions or comments for Katie and her?
He's got one.
Couple. I went on the website, which would mean much. I could not find hours, the Saturday and Sunday hours for the
Animal control?
Do you have those hours? I told them we were open Saturday. I didn't know we were open Sundays.
Oh, yeah, we're open Saturday and Sunday.
And the 3, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll make sure though before I just. And we'll update the
It is on
website.
here.
It's not on the website. It's in my email. They put it on their Facebook as well. I guess we missed the website, so we'll add it on there as well.
Or you could have just told Gary he missed it and he'd been okay.
You missed it. You can't come.
It's right there.
would've
We're
gone.
not allowing you to come. So the hours, yeah, 10 to 3.
People are always excited.
They'll
about it.
be there, you know, much earlier and a bit later, obviously, because they try to clean and get stuff prepped. But then the actual hours are 10 to 3 for the public to come in. Also a good time to volunteer, right? You're not at work typically on a Saturday and Sunday for most folks. And so if people have been wanting to volunteer, we'll happily take their volunteer hours to walk the dogs and pet the cats.
Katie,
other
what's
thing-
the status of budget at a glance?
So we needed our picture today. So we're gonna get the picture into there and then we can send it for the final review and print.
Okay.
So we were just all the numbers were together. We were waiting on your pretty picture. Your family photo is what I told someone today. We're taking the family photo.
Okay, now we're gonna go back to the, I can.
Please.
Anyway, when they awarded Blaine Township to Spectrum,
Mm-hmm.
and I passed along her name's phone number, she told them that we're looking at 2-3 years before they can do anything in that area. So
So that's the BEAD funding.
Yeah.
The funding is specific. It's this much money with the completion dates spelled out, kind of like when we had the RDOF funding, remember? They had so many years to complete the project and they had the benchmarks, so they had to pay it back. Similar to BEAD, there's benchmarks and I will say Spectrum gave also the worst case scenario in the RDOF funding, but then they were much, much sooner to get the project done. But the first conversations were very worst case scenario. And so I don't want to say they will do the same thing for the BEAD funding, but the track record would show that they would be sooner than that.
yeah, anyway, will this help push him a little?
The digital
Equity
inclusion.
portion?
Maybe we always offer it to Spectrum. Marilyn is on 99% of the emails that we send when we're having these conversations. I do believe she attended one meeting that we had before. So we try to make it an all-encompassing approach, but they're a for-profit business, so they don't always work well. Well, Maryland always works well with everybody, but they're a private company business that has their own set of rules and standards and how they do things and their trade secrets and
Yeah, I understand. Okay, just thought I'd bring it up. Thank you.
Anything else, Gary?
No.
Does anybody else have anything for Katie? Thank you for the report. You had the correspondence in the packet in advance, very limited number of items. And in fact, I think there's only one. So we had added to the agenda a discussion on Headley that was scheduled to be in the afternoon. I'm going to invite you to kind of introduce us and take it where you'd like to go.
We have a lot of information in our packet. We know our tax allocation committee has made a recommendation of putting this on the ballot to ask the voters if we can renew. I believe the total is 1.29, I want to say, which would be a net of 0.8 mills because 2 outstanding millages would be bundled into the general operating fund. That would be TNT and the SRO millage. They have recommended that we have this on the ballot every 2 years. And so our conversation is primarily, where do we stand on this recommendation? Because we do not have the authority to adjust it. If there's anything in the recommendation that we don't agree with or don't want to accept, our only option is to send our thoughts, our suggestions back to the allocation committee, who would then discuss it and decide if they wanted to change their recommendation or stick with what they presented initially. So I think in our initial conversations, a couple of the things that have been brought up are, does the 2 years make sense? Should we consider bundling more of the outstanding millages into the ask for the increase, which wouldn't necessarily increase those, but it would roll them into the general operating fund, making whatever funds weren't necessary in certain places, the opportunity would be there to use them in other places. And then I think generally, the only other conversation we had was that this would reset the townships to their maximum levy, which, what they individually do as townships with that is up to them. We don't have the discretion to say, we're gonna put you back up to the 1.12, 1.2,
1.21.
1.21. But you should levy X amount. That's not within our discretion. That's for the townships to decide on their own. So that's where we're at. And this is the opportunity to have the discussion about, do we want to accept the recommendation as it was presented to us? And if not, what do we send them back to the drawing board to discuss?
Kelly, I'm gonna bet that you've been listening to this meeting and that's why you're back in here. Is there anything you'd like to add?
So Kelly Long, County Treasurer. I just wanted to add that from our last discussion and thinking about the 2-year issue that you guys talked about, and I think I understand where you're coming from with that, because when we go back to the people as a reset, even though 2 years from now, we might have rolled back and decided not to do a reset, I believe the wording of that reset is what's going to mess us up with the people. Because it's not, how am I trying to explain this? So every 2 years, we wanted to open this back up in case we needed to do a reset. So let's say 2 years from now, we decided, okay, we've rolled back to whatever it is, 4 point whatever. And we don't need to reset back to the 5. We don't need to do a mill. We don't need to do a half a mill. We just want to leave it alone. But will this wording confuse them at the ballot? Is that kind of where you're coming from on that? Because that's what I was thinking of. I'm like, I think the tax allocation committee would be okay, maybe doing 4 years instead of 2 because of that.
I think the tax, as I interpreted it,
Mm-hmm.
is that it wasn't so much for us, but for the voter, so that every 2 years
Correct.
they get another look at this.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. But it wasn't necessarily going to be a reset. So like, we're trying to reset now for next year. But let's say 2 years from now, the tax allocation committee comes back and said, okay, we're good. We don't need to add another half mill to this or another mill or even do a full reset. We're good with where we're at, especially with the rollback. But we have to take it back to the voters in 2 years because that's what we set up originally. So will this on the ballot, because I'm not sure how the wording works on the ballot, but I was just thinking about that 2 years and like, I could see where the commissioners are coming from, because every 2 years we're opening ourselves up to being denied a possible operating millage.
Can I ask a question? This is probably for Katie. So if we reset, if the voters approved resetting to 4.29 for the general operating fund, and it were a 4-year length of time. So for 3 years, we're gonna roll back a little bit. If we go to the voters then and ask for a renewal, that's a renewal where we were 4 years ago, not an increase, right? So we would ask in the 4 years to just have that rollback adjusted back to the 4.29. Am I understanding that, or can we only ask for a renewal to where we were the prior year?
The renewal would be the current rolled back. So if we go out in 2030 for a renewal, we're renewing to the 2029 levy amount.
Refers back to the last,
Really? Because I
last-
thought communities were renewing back to, but that would have to be
It's a
reset. Okay, so is there different verbiage
Yeah.
that would be used? So, okay, a renewal would be to the previous year. A reset would be to the prior, to where we began 4 years ago or 2 years, whatever's decided
So
upon.
if you recall in 2022, I think it was, when we went after the EMS millage, the language was renew and reset.
Okay. And that's opposed to increase.
Correct. Because we were wanting to roll back up at that time for the EMS millage, so it was renew and reset.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you just did strict renewal, it's renewing as of the last
Okay.
tax levy.
So for me, to answer your question, Kelly, I see this as an adjustment for something that hasn't been addressed in 40+ years. I do not want to have to come back and ask for an increase after whatever duration of time. I want to ask for a renewal of where we set that the prior, whether it be 4 years or 2 years ago.
Right.
And I would like to see that work for as long as possible.
Okay.
And in my mind, 4 years just allows, one, it's the ability for the community to see we're doing the right thing with the money. 2 years is not a very long time at all. 4 years sets us up on a lot of really standard schedules as far as elections and our terms. It just seemed to make sense to me. 2 years just seemed too short. And I can understand the thought process why, you know, giving the community opportunity to have say frequently, right? That has merit too.
Right.
For me, the 4 years just seemed to make more sense.
Right.
And I just want to add to that we can, the language says up to, it doesn't mean we have to assess it if we don't need it.
Correct.
So any given year, we're making that decision. Now, I know the community may not have a lot of confidence that we're going to do that, other than we have a track record of doing it.
Right.
But because to your point or your point, Katie, well, what if we don't need that? I think that we ought to always have the option
Right.
in case we do.
Yeah. I think our thought process around the 2 years was Manistee County does it every 2 years. So we thought, why don't we try it? But I can see after our last discussion and thinking about it, that I think 4 years is probably a better approach to.
Well, and it's interesting, and it was very limited, the information I could get back in time from other counties. But Antrim did a 4-year, Crawford did a 6, Emmett was a 4, Houghton was a 4, Mecosta was 10, Manistee was 2, and the others were by tax allocation. So I couldn't get back a lot of information, but 4 was the more consistent number than 2 or 6 or 10.
Katie, do you know when they go back to their voters, are they asking for a renewal or are they asking for a reset?
So the way the language is written in the resolution for the separate tax limitation proposal, that language typically always looks like that.
Like what?
Shall the separate tax limitation be established for a 2-year period until altered by the voters of the county for the county of Benzie and the townships and intermediate school districts within the county, the aggregate of which shall not exceed the number.
So it's a reset. And the other counties are resets,
Well, they're always resetting back to, yes.
whatever the last vote was.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have anything to support this, but I think there was a time Manistee was much longer than 2 years.
I think it was. I pulled up their ballot language from August and they just recently did a 2. I don't know why they did a 2, but I do believe it was longer than that. Yes. I think this is the first time they did a 2.
I know the group that I participate in Ross Commons, like 1 or 2 of them had 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mecosta's 10.
Now, the problem with that is that you subject to all those rollbacks in a 10-year period, so that I wouldn't be proposing that.
So also within the packet, I provided a bunch of other information, just trying to get as much information in the community as possible. One of the items that are in there is the county service needs.
This is in your studies.
Within the study session packet. Sorry if you haven't pulled that up yet. But the county service needs, so we put our heads together as to what are all the needs for expanded dollars within Benzie County. And you can see in there a lengthy document as to what those funds would be utilized for. Everything from deferred capital needs and infrastructure, public safety needs, service expansion and growth opportunities, etc. So I gave that to you as, talking points really for the community. I said, this is really what we're after. It's not, after just everybody wants a fancy new car and, those sorts of things, but there are true needs that are needed within the community that we just quite frankly can't fund at the moment. Also in there is the 2024 taxable values, total county taxes collected, and general operating millages for all those around the state. So all the counties, 2024 is what I utilize because 2025 numbers are not finalized yet from a state tax commission and state equalization standpoint. Those numbers are still subject to change, but the final numbers that I have are 2024. I did highlight Benzie on there so you can see where we're falling in the midst of all the other counties. Again, the 1982 ballot language is in there from what it looked like in 1982. And then I included the PowerPoint that we went over actually a couple of years ago, tried to dust that off a little bit. That really talks about what Proposal A did, what Headley did, and those sorts of things. How it was 15 mils to start, but then it fell off down to where it is now because the school districts fell off and went on their own, and those sorts of things. Also within here, we talk about other revenue sources and mandated versus non-mandated services. Another talking point for the community. Right now, there are services that we're providing that are not mandated services. And so if the funding is not there to provide some of these non-mandated services, well, those are the services that are going to be shrunk or cut first, because there are services that we are required to provide as a county. And so those are spelled out in there as well with some timelines. I've also included the Benzie County Central Dispatch PowerPoint, and I sent you an updated one yesterday that had some tweaks to it. But this really goes through the needs on a long-term basis from a central dispatch standpoint as well for Benzie County. And as you know, right now, the funding model is very flawed for funding central dispatch. We are utilizing budgeted use of fund balance of general fund dollars to pay for central dispatch its budget to balance that budget. So we know that there's needs there now, but the needs are going to grow as we move into the next few years as technology evolves and the service demand increases. So that information is in there as well, which would be very helpful to share with the folks around the community. I know that Corey has shared it fairly widely as well with folks so that they can see what the true needs are. I've also then included after that the 2025 L4029 for the county, and I've highlighted the millages that are expiring or will expire within the next about 14 months. And so you'll see there that TNT, animal control, and the jail all expire very soon, and all of those will need to be addressed next year. TNT, it's being proposed by the Tax Advisory Committee to put that into this general operating millage change reset. So that one would naturally fall off the L4029 because its last levy is this winter tax bill that is in the community's hands. The animal control also, this is the last levy for that. So we have to put that either on the ballot or consider recommending that it be coupled in with the general operating millage as well. And then the jail would be the final one that would need to be considered next year. I would encourage it to be considered next year, because if it's not, you're going to have to hold a special election in 2027, which would be horribly inappropriate. And so putting that on the ballot for next year would be the smart move on that. The other ones you have some time on, as you can see, based on the expiration dates. We have time on the others, 2029, 2027, and so forth. So we have time on the others. So those are the three that need to be addressed next year with the general operating millage. And of course, there's a lot of ways to do that with bundling and sorts of things.
Katie, this is going to require quite an educational program for the community. And maybe I'm being naive in this, but do you think that the community understands that central dispatch is part of the pyramid or the puzzle for public safety? Because without central dispatch, you don't get to the sheriff's office, you don't get to state police, you don't get the EMS, you don't get the fire. I wonder if they understand the importance of that.
I would like to think that they do, but coming from a family full of first responders and law enforcement, it's hard for me to have an opinion on that, because for me, naturally, yes. I mean, everyone knows 911, everyone knows to call 911 in the case of emergency. So I would believe that the general person understands that. But again, I guess we'd have to ask our neighbors. Yeah.
I had only because there is such a shortfall in the funding, and that's because there's a weakness in the way the funding is put together for us.
Yeah.
But I know that, you know, people intuitively know, gotta have the sheriff's office,
Yeah,
gotta have EMS. But I wonder if they realize how important central dispatch is to all of those things.
yeah. Well, and
It's
maybe
not
we're-
just somebody accepting incoming calls.
And maybe we just don't talk about that part enough, right? We always talk about the sheriff's office and EMS and these other things. I think we need to talk more about central dispatch and the service that it provides.
My point in about the educational program. And I'm gonna turn it back to you.
Yeah, no, I just, I look at this data, the sheet that has the general operating funds and the taxable values. I mean, it strikes me that, we're one of the lowest in the 82 counties, but one that's right there with us is Leelanau County with almost an exact same, very close to the same general operating millage, but more than twice the taxable value.
Isn't that, it's
I mean,
amazing.
right.
Yeah.
So you brought up an interesting point. You just mentioned rolling or talking about other millages that we might consider rolling into the general operating fund to make this more palatable to the community. I guess I would turn to Kelly and say, were there any other outstanding millages that the tax allocation committee talked about before you landed on just TNT and the SRO? Were there any other ones considered rolling them in?
We talked about we talked about animal a little bit too, but not really anything else. We talked about a public safety millage and not even touching the general operating. And that would be pulling out the sheriff and putting the sheriff into that.
I remember the sheriff speaking to that and
Correct.
his concerns about doing
But
that.
we really didn't talk about those are the main three. TNT,
So when you talk
SRO,
about animal
animal
control
control.
and rolling that in, do you remember why that didn't make the cut? Or why that was not supported?
From what I can remember, I think it was because there's this talk about making it regional, and we thought we might wanted to keep that separate if we make it regional.
Sure.
I think that was the main reason behind that one.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I would be interested to know if the board's ever thought about, our community loves our animals, our community loves our seniors. They're very supportive of both these entities. Whether we stand alone, continue to stand alone with animal control or regionalize, there still needs to be a pot of money to support that. Would there be any benefit to adding animal control into the roll-in?
I think I see where you're going, right? That that would be something that the voters would vote for. And I had that thought myself. I did. And I'm looking at this too. And so if we go back up, you said there was and maybe I'm looking at this wrong. You can help me out here. A 0.8 net gain. And so animal, TNT, and the jail.
No, SRO.
What's that?
SRO, not the jail.
Oh. SRO.
Senior Resource Officer.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just, the jail was highlighted because it's expiring.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that would be around 0.8. No, be 0.3, 0.4. And so there would be a little wiggle room for some of these other things that you made mention up top too.
Yes.
And, some of my, thoughts up here too is, I mean, Parks and Rec have been talking a lot about how, they would like to see some more funding for that. We've been talking about recycling. gonna run out of money in 3 years. We need to think about something like that. Central dispatch, I mean, are we gonna put that, we're gonna roll that into general? We're gonna put that for its own millage? I don't know. He was recommending a millage, it looks like. So, yeah, where are all these pieces going, and do we have enough room? I guess I'd like to see a little more something. I don't know, and I guess like that's where we come in, we're supposed to make those decisions. This goes here, this goes here, this goes here, but
A couple of things I would add to that is, of course, I'm a big advocate for bundling as much as we can. Because for one thing, I think there's millage fatigue that occurs.
yeah.
In addition to that, and I realize the voters think differently, but more money needs to come back to the county commissioners for their discretions about putting the money where it's needed at any given year. So, but I realize that that's not going to happen. I mean, that's kind of my wish list. I know that's not going to happen. And I can't help but make the comment that there's been some cynicism over the years about this report that we got in about 2017, 18. Remember, we had somebody come in and look at the county's finances, and they said, look at, this is where you're headed. Well, and then we said, well, they really guessed that wrong. Honestly, they did not. Look at where we're headed, and we're using our surplus up just as they said we would.
Well, COVID kind of hit and really threw that out the window anyway.
It gave us a benefit.
Pushed us down the road a little bit.
I understand, but so what I'm stressing is somehow we need to use that report to show to the community, we were concerned about this some time ago. And even though there were some influences in a 3-year gap, they were right. That's where we were headed.
So let's break this down a little bit. Is there anybody that would like to see that is comfortable with the 2-year renewal recommendation?
I personally would prefer a 4-year, but
I'm not on board with 2. I agree with it. We're giving it too much to the voters, and the voters are already thinking that we're trying to get more and more money with all the millages we have.
Just add my 2 cents. I'm open to 4, and I'm opening to bundling 3 of the special millages.
I do know that talking to people yesterday about this recommendation that when I said they were talking about removing the TNT and the school resource officer, including them in the general fund, the first thing, I don't want to lose those 2 things. That's the first thing they said. I said, well, you're not going to lose them. We're just going to be funding them from the general fund. And they said, well, were you going to guarantee that we're going to keep them? I'm like,
Right.
They're not mandated.
I'm like, I said, I can't guarantee it. I said, I know it's in our intent right now to do so. I said, with the current board, I think we will. I said, but I can't tell you if a new board gets elected in what they're going to do.
But to respond to that, and I realize this is about education and growing confidence, which we've worked hard at as a board trying to grow the confidence. But no, if there's ever a decision that says I either have to shortchange central dispatch or I got to have a senior resource or a school resource officer, as we discussed a moment ago, we got to have central dispatch. So that's the whole purpose of having the discretion with how we use the money. So if someone were to ask me, can you guarantee it? What I'll guarantee you is that I'm going to fund the things that are really the most important to the community. And I know that's not a popular answer, but that's the truth. I mean,
To be fair, I think there were things that would be cut before senior resource officer. I think that's highly regarded in our community.
School
And
resource
school-
officer.
Yeah, what did I say?
I said.
Senior.
Senior.
Down there, Bowen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there would be other things that would have to be cut before our school resource
I do
officer
know the
would be.
place where I was talking to, they had all confidence in this current board, keeping them in there, but then I pointed out that you'll probably have the chance to vote on it again once a new board's in anyway. So this is going to come up for renewal on a pretty regular basis. And then they were a lot more comfortable with the conversation at that.
whatever we do, this is gonna require everybody sitting at this table for outreach. And the message absolutely has to be consistent.
So just running the math, if you were to couple in TNT, SRO, and animal control. Animal control does need additional funds though, which we've talked about. Based on the calculation I'm doing though, it's very, very small. It's like 0.04. It's very small. So say you do 0.18 for them and then the other two, then taking the 3.2399 of where we're at with the general operating, based on the increase proposed by the tax advisory committee, the overall increase in taxes is only 0.74 to the community.
And is that enough to operate county government?
That is an additional roughly $1.4 million in extra general fund dollars left over for the county to allocate to enhance services and so forth.
So is that gonna be enough to compensate the shortfall in dispatch and in the jail? Cause we already know the jail's funded from, right?
Well, the jail is taking care of itself this year, and that's also going to be on the ballot next year. So central dispatch is the big one right
Big-
now we're thinking about. Will there be overages in the jail? Sure, but there could be overages in other funds as well. 1.4 million would be the additional dollars that would be open for allocation to shortfalls or enhanced services. We're budgeting shy of $200,000 of general fund dollars to offset the central dispatch fund. When we were budgeting general fund dollars for the jail, it was about $400,000 that was being budgeted. So now you're at 600,000, still leaving about 800,000 of general fund dollars additional that could be allocated to other items. And that's based on this year's numbers, not next year's numbers. So as you know, the taxable value changes every year as well.
So when everyone get their crystal balls out, so we know exactly what's gonna happen in the future, right?
All right.
So we're currently talking about setting it at 4 point whatever and rolling these
4.4399.
other millages, some millages into it, other millages into it. And every, let's use our 4-year, we go back to be able to reset it back. Where we're gonna be at in 12 years, is that additional funds gonna be enough to properly run the government, the county governments with these additional services that are no longer part of the millet?
Right. Is that a status quo or is that additional
I mean,
services?
do we go back and, we have to go back into a tax allocation board if we want to redo it again over here?
Well, in 12, so every time this millage is going to go on the ballot, so whether it's 2 or 4 or what have you, the tax limitation advisory committee has to be established.
Okay.
They are the recommending body of this millage, so they're going to have to be reestablished every time.
In theory, because we would be doing a reset that we haven't done for 40 years, it should keep up better. So assuming that the appreciation, continues on the properties at a current level. Well,
I just want to understand the process in the future. That way, 'cause we're going to be asked this question, folks, is like, this is what we're doing today, 4 years, we reset it. Does it go back to, say, yeah, it's going to go back to what we have when we reset it next November. But then the question is, okay, but when are you guys going to come back and ask for another increase? Not a reset. an
theoretically,
increase.
you shouldn't have.
I don't want to have to.
Right. That's the answer.
The only time you'd be looking for an increase is if there's been a lot of new services introduced. And now we're trying to fund things that we hadn't contemplated at the time that we asked for the vote.
Right.
I think part of our informational campaign, which is all that it can be, is that this isn't an increase, this is an adjustment that has been needed sorely for somebody needed to address this. This has been requiring attention for decades. Maybe not the first 10 or 20, but the next 30 or 40 definitely. And so we're looking at it, we're handling it, we're being responsible. This is an adjustment that, yeah.
I suspect when this first became really obvious was about 2007. Because that's when the economy started to crater. So theoretically, it's been almost 20 years that this should have been addressed.
So by resetting this, or, putting us back to a position, I heard a comment. Are we just addressing then the things that we are already currently funding? Is there any wiggle room for anything beyond that at this current stage? When we reset it, if we get reset, right? That's assuming all this. We're rolling up a couple of millages into it. We're thinking about central dispatch, trying not to go into our general fund for a couple of things. So is there anything left over for anything else, or is that just to keep our current things that we're funding right now?
So if we
I don't
want
know
to
the answer to
increase the
that.
level of services, what I'm seeing based on your nod, we would need additional money
Right.
to do that.
Okay.
But, you wouldn't go back to the voter the first glance. It could be, keep in mind, there's an appreciation of the dollars you're collecting too.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the cost of doing business has far exceeded the revenue, even though they tell us that our inflationary rate is X. That certainly is not what what we experience.
And I do want to be regarded as a fiscally conservative board. I mean, that's important. I mean, we need to. I don't want this to be so much of a wish list as these are needs that are identified for an adjustment that hasn't been made for a very long time. And we're asking for primarily what we need
Oh,
instead of wants.
I'm not
Or
against that either, but there are some things that we might want to be considering that was in the list here. Some things are still coming around that we might want to address. And so if this is just taking care of, these 2 millages that are going to roll off, and we're stick that up in the general fund, and then, we're going to address central dispatch. So is there any sort of room for some of the things that we know are coming down the pike? I guess is all I'm saying. Is there any forward thinking here too?
Like a new EMS station, so when it grows, kind of thing? I mean, but theoretically, that is a need that's coming. But is that gonna be out the ALS millage, or do we eventually roll that millage into the general fund too?
Right. And I'm even seeing now, you know what I mean? We're using fund balance for certain things. And I understand too, part of that is because we're rolling back and we're rolling back and we're rolling back. And I get that. I'm just wondering, are we just taking care of what's here right now? Or are we also looking forward a little bit because we know some other things are going to be coming at us? And do we need to address those too? That's all I'm asking.
that's a good question.
In terms of what I think some future needs are, and I've considered this now for a while, one thing, Corey's really educated me on central dispatch. That's why I'm at the antenna up on that. That is very heavily driven cost-wise by technology. We got to keep current on that technology. Part of it is what the state dictates to you. So we got to keep up with that. I really believe that the county 10, 15 years from now may have to make bigger investments in economic development because we have a responsibility for that based on the trends of our current demographics. I think someday there could be some demand on how we manage parks and recreation. Because parks and recreation is such a big part of our economy. So to your point, do the dollars keep up with the yet to be identified needs or anticipated needs? I don't know. I know there's a growth, but Katie, back to you. In the monies that would be realized, the new monies, if this were to be approved, does that also allow us opportunity to grow our fund balance? Because we also have capital needs we need to consider too. Would there be enough money to be set aside in surplus to meet those needs also? Future needs?
It depends on the services you choose to enhance or expand. So that's the thing. What is going to be the ticket item? Is it going to be economic development? Okay. How much money do we need to plan for economic development? Is it $1 million? Well, then in that case, we have limited that we're going to put forward to capital needs into the fund balance. But is your ticket item going to be establishing a Parks and Recreation department? And that cost is going to be $500,000 for that department. Well, now looking at the total additional, there's more money to be setting aside for capital needs and other items. So it really, you need to prioritize what your list is going to be. What are the services that okay, we know we have to bring some up to a level of where we're at now because we're falling short. But then what are the services that are going to be your priority so we can put some dollar amounts, rough dollar amounts associated with that. So then we know what the extra is going to be to put away for capital needs or to put away in that, fund of, oh no, we need. But we need to do that first. What are your priorities? I gave you a 3-page list of expanded services that could be utilized could happen with additional dollars, but I need to hear from the Board of Commissioners. These 3 items are the ones we're going to focus on.
And I think we also, without a crystal ball, Commissioner Markey alluded to, we need to rely on our legislators. John Roth is advocating right now for that 5% bed tax on the short-term rentals to help public safety. Should that come to fruition and we get a bucket that we didn't have before that could supplement that, well, that will free up more dollars that we didn't anticipate, where we can offer more services in different avenues. So, but again,
reduce the tax rate.
Or reduce the tax rate, right. And there, Gary, I believe there was conversation about the state absorbing the prosecutor's office. The cost for those, I'm not sure if that has any wings or anything, but you hear things.
Oh.
Yeah, you hear things percolating that would take a burden off the counties and do that thing, free up money that we just can't anticipate right now because we don't know what they're gonna do. But the potential is out there.
And the state could potentially improve their revenue sharing. There's other monies that we know historically have been available, but we don't know if we'll have access to it or not. Quite frankly, I'd be reluctant to go beyond the recommendation of the current taxation advisory committee. Because I don't want to put a lot of ifs in there.
Yeah, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking it with what that was recommended, is there a little bit of something, you know what I mean, that we can put forth toward, I don't know, recycling is gonna take years.
I think the answer is maybe.
Yeah.
And my question was back to Katie, of any of that anticipated new revenue, will that help us allow to continue to contribute to the surplus? And she's saying yes.
Okay.
So that should answer your question.
Just one question for you. If you improve the EDC and you go out and try to bring businesses in, shouldn't that affect income for the county more so than Parks and Rec?
And if you see a significant growth there, that impact that you're talking about, then you don't levy more than you need.
Right.
That's the only control that we have, and that's the commitment that we've made is.
But we need to focus on stuff that is gonna grow.
Yeah.
Not gonna shrink government or just add services and bodies.
Right.
We have to focus on stuff that's gonna make the economy and the area better. So that's how I'm looking at it.
When you think about economic development activity, growing the tax base is one of them, which you just touched on, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about legislative activities and trying to change a trend in our community for service workers. Because we've got a lot of people my age that need somebody to wait on them, so to speak.
You're
But
gonna
you
be
got
waiting
married
a
for
long
it,
time.
I rely on my wife right
Doesn't
now.
work out either.
So
Len-
anyway, going back to
Yeah.
what you were talking about, do we want to make a recommendation to go back to the taxation board?
When do we have to have this on the ballot?
August,
August.
which we don't have the dates yet from the
Talking-
Bureau.
We still don't have the date.
We have
when you have to
dates
have it
for a
in?
May election, but we don't have August or November yet. They
So-
just came out.
We need to make it as, well, if we're gonna reject their proposal, I mean, my understanding is we either accept it or reject it.
Right.
Mhm.
If we reject it with the recommendation just to change it to a 4-year instead of 2-year, is that what I'm hearing?
I think there may be the option to consider rolling in animal control with a 0.0.
Well, if you could ask for that, but that's your discretion. So they're providing you a recommendation of what to roll it up to. But you're not required to bundle things that they tell you to bundle. Their duty to you is to say, this is what we believe the millages should be. And so if you believe rolling in animal control, you can still keep it at their recommended increase of 1.2, they wouldn't necessarily have to make that recommendation to bundle in animal control. That board reserves that right to bundle in the ones that they see fit. Their duty to you is to give you a millage amount.
But you did say that it would require a very insignificant increase,
Very insignificant, yes.
but it's still an increase. So shouldn't it go back for their adjustment?
We can say to them, this is what we're thinking, but their recommendation doesn't have to include telling you to bundle certain things. It's just the millage amount that they're recommending to you. So your sentiments to them could be, hey, this is our consensus. Please provide your recommendation of a millage.
So let me get this, make sure I understand this. So their recommendation for a millage rate, when they say, with rolling in TNT and school resource officer, rolling in the school resource officer and TNT is still our discretion. So they're just saying, this is our recommendation, but we still could keep the TNT and school resource officer millages out.
Yeah, they're saying,
I'm not implying
I
we should.
know.
right, they're
Just-
saying this is our recommendation and this is why.
And then we could choose to roll in animal control or take it out as well. Or roll that into the general fund if we chose to do so.
So based on your math, Katie, when you were jotting stuff down over there, if we were to want to pursue the route of rolling in animal control with the additional funds needed, how would that adjust the recommendation from the allocation board? Instead of the 4.29, we would want them to consider what?
Well, if you wanted them to keep their recommendation the same of the 4.4399 for the general fund, and then you factor in TNT and SRO, as well as animal control with a slight increase up to 1.18, that's going to leave the 1.4 million on the table. If you believe that you would like to see more than 1.4 million on the table, that's when the recommendation would need to be higher than the 4.4399. But right now, their recommendation to you is 4.4399 for the county for a 2-year term.
I think we're just gonna be asking them to consider a 4-year term with that same recommendation. But then it's up to us to decide whether or not we should roll in TNT, school resource, or animal control.
Guess I'm not tracking how we would roll in animal control and within that recommendation, and there wouldn't be an adjustment of
So
it.
their recommendation, they're just saying, we're thinking it'd be a good idea to eliminate the TNT and the school resource officer
Right.
millage. We don't have to with their
I get that.
recommendation.
I get that, but not sure I'm explaining myself.
And Katie's,
I understand where you're going.
Right, how do we then without changing the 4.49 and understanding that this is with the idea of rolling in the SRO and the TNT, how do we also roll in animal control without making any adjustment of that number?
Katie's saying that we can.
You can. That's up to this body to say, hey, we think we need more. What I'm saying is if you are not saying you think you need more, if you leave their recommendation alone, you got about 1.4 million on the table. If 1.4 million on the table doesn't seem like a good number, that's then we're rejecting it and saying, hey, we need more.
Okay, so wait, with the 1.4 million on the table to work with, what is being rolled into the general fund?
1.4 million on the table is rolling in SRO, TNT, and animal control with a slight increase.
Slight increase to, that slight increase, I think, is throwing people off.
Okay.
She's implying that animal control is gonna need a slight increase. She's calculating that into her.
Into my numbers already.
So then what? Increasing animal control, I'm gonna rephrase that. Covering animal control, TNT, and school resource officer with the 4.4 whatever rate,
4.4399.
we would still have 1.4 million left over.
Okay.
Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. And yeah, and so then that's discretionary. And so we could put that into central dispatch. We could put that
So
to.
you have to,
Yeah.
because we know we're short.
Yes. Understand.
Right. I mean, it's like close to 500,000 on central dispatch. We're short by higher.
Well, it's gonna be more and more, so, and that's up for further discussion too. So this year, it's, around the $200,000 mark. But next year, it could be more, and the year after that, it could be more.
Understood.
But also it depends on the direction we're going with central dispatch too. Will there be the demand to change things, to grow things? If there is, what direction are we going from a technology standpoint? There's a lot of, that coming into it as well. The need today is the 200-ish thousand. The need tomorrow is different and more.
Because they are short a person, and that person being short is affecting their budget. I hate to say it positively, but it puts a strain on the other dispatcher.
From a dollar standpoint, it's positive.
I think at this point, we should probably do a roundtable and see where commissioners are at on this.
I'm good with just going back and asking them to keep everything the same, but before you're set up to.
Glenn?
I'm good with that.
I'm not good with any of it. but-
Okay, then speak to that. We need
Yeah.
to hear
'Cause
about
I'm
that.
looking at this, and the three places that you want to get the money from are all non-mandated services. And if time comes and we get shot down, because we're gonna go up against the schools next year, there's no doubt about it. Gonna ask for the sinking fund. So and I don't know what, with the road commission, I'm still a little leery on how that's gonna work. So, I'm not in a big hurry to jump into this yet, say the least. Anyway,
When you say not in a big hurry to jump into this, do you mean addressing the general operating millage as a whole? You're not prepared, you think this
I'm
is
not
bad
prepared for
timing?
that yet either, so, you know where I stand when it comes to taxes, so maybe I'm completely off base. I'd love to have family income. Well, I'm just gonna project I'm gonna make $100,000 this year. I'll go spend it now. Way I was brought up, that doesn't float. So, and there's other options. I know Corey won't like to hear this, and he's heard it before. Do we do some type of central location type thing? There's other options. So I know we're not exploring them yet, but down the road, maybe we should say.
But what we don't know is if you even did any, and by the way, I'm always open to those discussions too. But you regionalize doesn't make the cost go away. It just
No.
changes who's managing it, that's all.
Well, if it's done correctly, it should save money.
Yeah, I'm yet to see that, but.
I know.
And Gary, your opinion is always justified. There is no right or wrong answer here. But we have had, difference between me looking at my household budget and this is that this affects service levels for every member of our community. And it's services that we're expected to deliver, mandated or not. And what we're trying to communicate to the community is what you're used to having is all at risk if we don't have the funds to provide for it. It's kind of like, I'm budgeting for my family, and by the way, I don't have enough money to go on vacation this year. Or I can take on a side job and pay for vacation.
That's normally how I handle stuff.
Yeah,
Picking one or
I'm
two or
with
three
you.
jobs to do. It's just, the other part to me, this is gonna be a damn hard sell for the public. Cause it's convoluted and it's hard to explain. And if we can't simplify this to some extent, I really wonder
Well,
if we're gonna be able to get.
and that's a different subject. That's about the educational piece. Katie, you and I have talked a little bit about this. I know you've given it some thought. Is it something you'd be comfortable in sharing?
About the educational side of things, yes. So there's lots of ways. Obviously, it's going to be a group effort. We're all just going to have to really work hard at this with boots on the grounds and talking about what it means and those sorts of things. It's going to be really important that the educational campaign be really simple and short and concise. And Leslie and I have met with a college student who is in a master's of public administration program, who's looking for an internship. So we're exploring an internship with her and making this kind of her capstone project. Having someone here for the next 6 to 8 months who this is their primary focus to really help us create this strategy, this campaign. I don't want to say campaign because we can't campaign, but this educational strategy for the community, just to explain it all to them. This person, you know, they don't learn about Headley and Proposal A when you're in a master's program. You just don't. So she's going to be focusing on this as a school project potentially, and she will then have the ability to have those aha moments. Because the rest of us, we know enough to be dangerous. And so finding those aha moments of this is how to simply explain it to the average person, that's harder for us because we know enough to be dangerous. So utilizing this person who really doesn't know hardly anything about Headley, she can help us provide that educational material to the community because she's going to be learning it and figuring out what it all means and the why and the needs to help create this for the community. So utilizing those people to the best of our advantages. MSU Extension also will assist us in doing any sort of survey or putting all that sort of stuff together as well, which we can do. You know, maybe that's how you prioritize the list of needs is through the survey with MSU Extension, putting that out to the community and say, what do you think we should be doing? So we can utilize that platform as well. This is going to be one of the sole focuses of administration until we get this done. I mean, it's just going to have to be. Playing around with the long-term budget forecasting in general ledger, and I can send this to you, but it is convoluted, but I'm happy to send it to you. If this were to be successful and just running in rough numbers with an average of a 5% increase in expenditures and revenue over the next through 2031, we're looking to have a 29% fund balance in 2031 if all the numbers were to come through.
Say that one more time.
In 2031, based on the forecasting of 5% increases, we would have a 29% fund balance in 2031. That's wrapping in the 3 services. That's covering the differences in central dispatch, as well as budgeting an extra couple $100,000 in for expanded services. That's then allowing us a 29% fund balance in 2031, which is going to include dollars for capital items.
And we'll be able to have the opportunity of not levying the full amount if we feel that we have a good reserve.
Yep. So, and that's assuming that in 2031, sorry. Oh, it doesn't give me a total. See, this system's not wonderful. So that's assuming that in 2031, we're collecting $8.3 million in property taxes. Obviously, there's other revenues that come into play with that. that 29% fund balance is, that this is saying $3.5 million is the 29% fund balance.
And-
Does
and
that, I'm sorry.
I think what's helpful is that we have a 5-year capital plan. So when people say, wow, 29% fund balance, my first question is, what are you going to use it for? We could show them what we're going to use it for.
Mm-hmm.
Does that program account for percentage raises for staff?
So what I did is I just did very face value, is I just put in 5% across the board for all expenditures. So that's what I'm using as a very conservative number. I just put in increase every year by 5% for all expenditures is what I did. So
To speak to the educational part of it, there are going to be folks who don't really care about learning about Headley and Proposal A and this kind of thing. And I think we need an option that is very simplistic, that shows 1982, 5.29, 2026, 3.33, 2026 or 2027 or whatever the year is, we're asking for 4.49. I think that visual in my head, people will get that. They'll understand. We were here, we're down to here. We're not asking for the moon. We're not asking to be reinstated to our maximum, but we're asking somewhere in the middle. And I do think that will carry weight with a lot of people. And I think there needs to be that option of, I don't want to get in the weeds about Headley. I don't want to, where were you? Where are you at? And where do you want to be? And why?
I would support that. It is, if I can't explain it to you in an elevator speech, I'm in trouble. And it really should be a 1-pager because you have a broad audience. You will be prepared to talk to those people that are thoroughly engaged in government and they follow it completely. And then you've got another voter that really kind of needs your presentation.
mhm.
Where did you start? Where do you want to go?
Where you at? Where you want to go? And why?
But again, that's kind of what you've been thinking about.
Sure.
And this person we would bring in, the good news is, and we don't know if this is going to happen.
Right.
But I mean, potentially you'd have somebody dedicated to this process. And that would, as you've heard me say too many times, someone needs to wake up every morning thinking about it. And that would allow us to do that.
Yeah, we're rather interested in this individual. We're kind of doing a tug though with Grand Traverse. So I got to get through that. Grand Traverse is also would like to see her be their intern. So we have to be more appealing.
He needs to talk about quality of life and management.
She lives in Bear Lake.
That ought to be an easy sell. He doesn't go fishing.
I'm just, so Bob, where are you at on this? You haven't
I'd
shared
have
much.
to agree with Tim's theory. Not that it is 100%, but it's close. I mean, there's good ideas there.
Yeah, I'm on board. When you say 29% fund balance by 2031, and I know that's just an estimate,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
I can't remember what we said was our minimum fund balance. Was that 20%? 25. Okay, so we've got 4%. Just, I don't think that's bad at all. I think that's right on target.
The fund balance is only relevant to the need.
Mhm.
So if I'm carrying a big fund balance, but I don't have identified need, give the money back to the taxpayer.
Mhm.
And we have a couple situations in our townships that are like that, in fact. But, yeah, so it doesn't, for me, it doesn't matter if it's 29 or 39, because if we have a need for it,
Mhm.
it's going to get spent. I can justify that all day long.
I'm happy to send you guys this spreadsheet so you can play around with the numbers if you'd like.
Love that.
Um,
Thank you.
Just know that it seems like a great product, but I have my doubts with the system. So it's better than nothing though.
I think 5% safe number because it's probably low on health insurance and maybe a little high on salary.
It could be,
Yeah, right.
exactly.
So 5% is a good starting point.
Yep. And this is just the general fund is what I've been playing around with, of course.
And I pick on health insurance only because it's such a big expense.
So Gary, is there anything that could happen on this topic that would earn your support? I mean, honestly, you know, I don't, I think that it's important. We're a good
Well,
functioning board and
if
I
you
want to
can-
be sensitive to your position.
If you can turn tax funding away from property, that would do it. If there was a different way
Extra
to fund
tax?
it. That's not the correct way to do it. Even I agree to that. But I'm just saying, a lot of this stuff, people that do these services, and I'll get it from Art, don't pay property tax or don't own property. And you're taxing a select group of people. It's a even if you're renting your stuff and collecting money from the renters, not everybody is paying the full rate on it. And no, I don't think Axe My Tax is the answer by any means, but I see a shift in county government being the way to solve this. Actually, sales tax to me is the way to go. You buy it, you pay it. And that way you have the choice. But then again, you get the state involved. How do they distribute the money? And you've seen their track record, so just saying.
And anytime I gotta rely on the state to guarantee me funding, I've got concerns based on what I've learned at the last 9 years. And Gary, you and I don't, maybe I misunderstood what you said, but having been a landlord for a long time, your renter pays the property tax, period. They're paying it in their rent. So it's not as if they're getting a free ride on this, because the property owner's assessing whatever level of profit they want after all their expenses.
But the only agency not is dispatch. Because that's based on the number of phone lines billed in Benzie County.
Yeah,
Search.
I think we're talking about the same
We're
thing.
talking about different
But-
things.
But going back to your concern, that doesn't mean that we're gonna stop exploring other options, which would allow us even to reduce what we're assessing as time goes on. I couldn't be a bigger proponent of this bed tax issue. I think that's really where it belongs for a county like Benzie County, who population swells by 2/3, and yet they walk out of here without paying the bill for it. We collect over $1 million a year on bed tax in Benzie County for the purpose of marketing, but none of that money is used for public safety. Blows me away. By the way, they used to only need about 250,000. Now they collect $1 million.
And how much of that comes back to Benzie County?
Well, you'd have to, I don't know. I doubt it's the full.
Is
I
that
think the only
Traverse
people-
Connect?
Traverse Connect,
That's not
Right,
Traverse
Traverse
Connect, that's
Tourism.
Tourism Bureau.
tourism.
Now, they have stepped up. For instance, they're gonna help fund some of the EDC and we've approached them about that. But that bed tax. So anyway, to stay focused, we wouldn't ignore the fact that there may be other options that could help reduce what we're assessing, but we have more immediate need right now. Because that bed tax, talking to John Roth, it's not gonna happen this legislative session for sure. And they've been introducing this now for a number of years. And the Realtors Association is against it. And as you might guess, MEDC is against it because the Tourism Bureau falls under the MEDC. I mean, so you've got some pretty strong lobbyist groups that are fighting this.
It's on the docket and they just can't get it forward or what?
They
Can't get it to the floor?
and I don't understand all the mechanics of the legislature, so
I have an answer for you, or,
Chip wants me to call him.
I have it too.
I bet they're probably the exact same
Yep.
thing. They're playing phone tag.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
I'll let them continue and continue. I want to go back to this subject. You know, because we're in the Board of Commissioners session, we could take a motion up to move this back to the taxation. Unlike in the study session, we couldn't have done that.
No, I understand that. And I just,
Oh, yeah.
What's everybody's, where are we standing on this? Do we want to percolate and sit with it a little bit longer? Is there more information that anybody would want to make a more informed decision? We've been provided, I know Katie's going, what more can I give you?
I don't, please be specifics. I'm not
There's
sure what
not
else you
anything
need.
else.
No, I'm good with just rejecting their current proposal and just saying if we can go to a 4-year instead of 2-year.
Respectfully rejecting.
Yes.
Len, we haven't heard from you on this.
No, I concurred with his initial thought on it. I agree that, I'm more comfortable spreading it out because we talked about number one. Sometimes if you know in 4 years and whatever 4-year cycle that lands on, you know, okay, we've got this, this, and this. So this is the year that, the roll up is going to happen or roll back, whatever it is. It's going to go down a point or something from 4 point something to 3 point or whatever the number is. I don't have to worry about that for 4 more years. Okay, yes, it was passed, fantastic. See you in 4 years. I really like that concept versus every 2 years just seems just too much for people to take.
So even though I've turned it over to you to manage the conversation, sitting as chair, I cannot make a motion on this. But I certainly wouldn't discourage anybody from making a motion.
Well, I'd make the motion that we respectfully decline their proposal or reject it. And that we recommend that they come back with just adjusting the term to 4 years, opposed to 2.
I can support that.
Any further discussion? And Katie, I have one question for you. That's literally giving direction to a committee that is here to advise us. Is that inappropriate, or do we have to ask them to consider a different term and not be specific?
Your motion was completely fine, from my understanding.
All right.
And being that Kelly and I both sit on that committee, we will give them the sentiments of the conversation.
That's a good question, though. Yeah.
Very good. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask this to be roll called.
Craig,
Yes.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Very good. All right, great conversation. Took us a long time to get to this point,
It's
but
an important conversation.
you know, we have been working on this since 2017. So we're almost home, folks. I mean, we got a lot of water to carry yet, but so I'm going to open the last public comment.
I just want to let you all, remind you all that the organizational meeting will be January 6th at 9 a.m.
Very good. Thank you.
I won't make you take another
If
picture.
there's no additional public comment.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
See, I got donut.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Guys, thanks for your patience. Glad we don't have an after